Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Who's echoing?
Someone is echoing.
Oh, sorry, guys. Hold on.
You're fine.
Does this thing still work, by the way?
Yeah, you're good. You sound great. You look great.
Hi, John.
No. The tie line works great. It's everything else.
No, the StreamYard, I see your face.
It's fine. You're good.
Okay, that's why I'm asking. Because
Yeah.
right now, everything's acting very strange.
Yeah. We're good.
Everything's fine.
We're cooking. Except for that echo, which is now gone.
The echo's gone. Everything is fixed.
Excellent. Excellent stuff. How's everybody doing today?
I'm good.
Oh, are you good?
No, I'm good. I felt
okay.
like I accomplished a million things today, including prepping for the show. It was a very busy morning for
Good job.
us. We had to do some car fixing for my wife.
Oh,
And I'm not fixing it. We brought it to a place, picked it up, brought it to another place. I mean, we're fixing it all sorts of places. Thankfully, we live like next door to stuff.
there is a lot of places to fix cars over there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 8:15 or something, and I had done it was 10:15. I was like, wow, I feel like I've done everything I need to already today, and I still had more to do.
Good job.
Yeah. How are you?
Did you get ahead on anything?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I figured out something that I'd asked John a million questions about Adobe Audition and how to record audio from YouTube into Adobe Audition.
Mm-hmm.
I finally figured it out.
That way you don't get
You hadn't figured it out yet?
No, because John, you always plug your headphones in, and so I thought I had to plug my headphones in. I always thought it was related to whenever John recorded a press conference, he plugs his headphones in, even if he's not listening to them. I kept doing. I'm like, why isn't this working? And then I figured it out.
How did you do it, by the way?
I will show you the setting.
Yeah.
It is a setting in the audio hardware.
Oh, really?
That's what it is.
simple?
Yes.
Because I usually just
I watched a YouTube video,
I
which I felt like a youth.
I usually just download the YouTube video.
Correct.
But yeah. Okay. Excellent. That's
Yeah,
great.
I finally figured it out.
Good job. Good job.
All right.
So yeah,
No,
How-
I guess we're all figuring
how
out
are
things
you?
today.
Really good.
look at that.
Really, really good.
Yeah, your team won last night.
Who's
Baseball? Your baseball team wasn't that?
Did
last
they?
night?
I don't even know.
No, the team.
Oh,
you
the Blue
announced-
Jays? Yeah.
You know
yeah.
the one you're the voice. You're
Yeah.
one of the voices.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
It-
Yes.
although in a lot of ways it feels like they didn't.
Why? Because they won by so many.
It was a 3-hour and 50-minute 7-inning game.
Oh my gosh! I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of runs.
It sounds very similar to a Bellevue game that I did earlier this year.
It's a lot
Were
of
you happy when that happened to
No,
you?
because I think a 9-inning game would have been shorter.
what?
How's that possible?
I mean, I was happy that Bellevue won, of course, but it felt like it went on forever.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you do kind of lose the whole point of a run rule game if it's still going to go 3
The final
hours and
score of
50
that game
minutes.
was like 31-2.
Ah!
Oh my
Jeez.
gosh!
Yeah.
That sounds
How
terrible.
many walks were there in that game?
I don't remember
I-
off the top of my
I
head.
got you a little 16 if you're interested.
Oh,
By the way, Chance says Buddy doesn't know about Program 2. This was at home, Chance. This
Yeah.
was a home thing.
We
No,
don't
I-
have big boards at our houses.
Yeah.
I could have helped you with that. I didn't know that was an issue you were having.
I mean, I don't really record a whole lot at home, but I wanted to try to just figure this thing out, and I finally got it.
I'm glad you figured it out.
Yeah.
I'm glad
the
you got it.
Royals lost last night.
Yeah, I was talking about the Blue Jays, Happer.
The Blue Jays won.
Yeah, the basketball game was fun last night. Sorry about the Nuggets.
Basketball game.
Remember Jokic? Remember that shot from Jokic?
Yeah, but then do you remember the following shots from Michael Porter Jr.?
Bad.
Much
Bad.
worse.
Were you wearing your Nuggets jersey last night?
No, but I have been thinking about wearing my Nuggets jersey this week.
Oh,
So,
yeah, but what if they lose in 2 days? Then
so Game 6 is on Friday.
it is? It's not tomorrow?
Just that was a question.
Oh, I figure it's tomorrow.
Is Game 6 on Thursday or Friday?
Yeah, because they're just doing every other day now. Yes, tomorrow.
Okay,
You should wear it tomorrow.
Maybe I should wear my Jokic jersey tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. I can do that.
Tight.
I got nothing to do after work. I don't have any places to be.
No games to go. You're going to
No
have to
games
go
to
home
go
to
to.
your daughter.
I'll have to go home to my child.
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yep.
John, how are you?
I'm a little tired, but we got a lot of things done today, so
There we
good.
go. And you got your StreamYard fixed.
Well, I didn't realize it was broken
Yeah, many people did.
until somebody broke it.
That's what
And it
happened
wasn't
at the
even
start of
me.
our show today. Our listeners didn't have audio for like the first 15 minutes of the show.
What?
Yeah.
And then we had to emergency call Nick Grimm on the air.
And you fixed it for him?
I did.
Good job, Nick.
Because Nick gets all the passwords of the emails.
Nick does have all the passwords.
I'm the password keeper.
Including
So if
Blue
Nick-
Sky.
If Nick was ever to become dead or incapacitated, we'd all be
Oh,
just
Guess we're
crap.
It
screwed.
would really suck for you guys.
Yeah.
Yes, it would be. It
Yeah,
would
Nick,
be
can you
horrible.
give us the passwords just in case?
We just have to do a Zoom meeting and just invite people to our Zoom meeting.
Nah, that would
That could be
suck.
fun.
John, what's it called? The person who doesn't go to the presidential speeches in case everybody gets blown up.
Designated
The
survivor.
designated-
We need a
survivor?
1620 the zone designated survivor for Nick's passwords.
We do.
Who would it be? Joey.
Joey.
Set up a rule in Microsoft where if Nick dead,
Yep.
send to.
Yeah, if
Joey.
Nick, if Nick
Send to
dies, all of a
Joey.
sudden Joey gets access to all these files.
But then
Mhm.
Joey would lose it among all of the schedule projections for 2027.
Hey, he stays
Nice.
pretty organized.
I will
think
say-
he's got it.
I know, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff there. There's like 250 some odd combinations. I mean, it's
It's
a
a
lot.
I do have a password master sheet that I have sent and shared with a lot of people.
Have you sent that? I
like
think you sent it to me.
higher-ups. Yeah, people have it. I just nobody ever uses it for some reason.
Whoa. You throwing Otson
Oh,
under
I
the
almost
bus?
I'm not
needed it a
throwing
few
Godson
minutes
under the
ago.
bus.
Interesting.
Who are you throwing under the bus?
Nobody. It's just there's some people who just don't use it for some reason.
That right?
Interesting.
Well, maybe if everybody had access to the super password sheet, then we could all help each other.
Probably.
That's true.
That's true.
I'm happy you got it fixed though this morning. That's nice.
We got there.
And look at this.
We
We're all,
got there.
we're all having a day.
We're all here.
We're all having a day.
Look at us.
It's beautiful outside. Actually, it's kind of hot.
It
Yeah,
is. Air conditioner kicked on a lot earlier today than it ever has.
I stepped outside this morning to come to work and I noticed the humidity.
The
and
muggy.
immediately I was bummed.
The muggy index is back.
I miss the dry heat already.
Oh, is it muggy? I haven't been outside for a while.
It's
Yeah.
muggy AF.
Got a little.
John, you're going to be surprised when you come back into the real world. Things have changed since late April.
Oh, you're gonna. Yeah. When are you coming back? What's
What
your
do you
target?
mean?
His
What-
wife said
what-
yesterday,
Yeah, John.
or
when are
she
you-
said tomorrow.
When are you really coming back?
I'm not-
I,
Can't speak.
I don't know. I've got an appointment on Friday.
She
I'll
seemed
find
very
out more.
confident that we will be seeing John in person.
I think
She's
that-
trying to kick John out.
Is she driving him
Yeah,
to
she was
Omaha?
pretty confident the 49ers were going to beat us in the NFC Championship
Ah!
game, and that didn't happen
This
either,
feels like
so.
an against John's will situation. Like he's going to wake up outside the studio.
Yeah,
Wow, that would be quite wild.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
guys
don't know yet. I don't know.
Haven't
We'll
even
find out
thought about
soon.
the have you guys talked about the possibility that the College World Series could start on John's birthday?
Wait, why?
What?
People are proposing this. It's an idea.
Oh, is this that
Is
listener
this that
Doug?
idiot on Twitter again?
Is
No,
it? Is it
no,
actually?
No, Rooney
Oh, okay.
did this. Rooney did. We love Rooney.
Oh,
He did this.
Mike Farron's friend.
I think I would hate that.
No, that ain't happening.
Well, what if it does, John?
Why
But
would
it
it
ain't
happen? So
happening.
the
Be
sport
saying,
would move back.
Happy birthday
I would- I'll-
to you.
I'll kidnap whoever it takes
Whoa,
and hold them hostage to make sure that never happens.
Well,
Otson, that's a poster.
We
or
ain't
one of those
ruining
hot
the
take
4th of
graphics.
July.
I will kidnap anyone.
Happy birthday, John. Call this Texas game. It's
So
going to be
the-
rain
the
delayed.
sport
Yeah,
would
this
start-
isn't happening. This is the dumbest
oh,
idea.
John,
ever.
let me send you a link.
The sport would start like what 3 weeks later. Then
It would start 2 weeks later and add a week of the postseason.
why would it
Yes.
add a week of the?
Why are
postseason?
we adding more postseason? Oh God, it's college sports again. Let's add more.
Yeah, they're going to do.
John,
a-
I think you need to move to a pro market. I think we have.
I think so. I think so
no,
because
but-
pro sports are the only people that do it right.
I was
Here's the thing,
thinking
though,
about
it-
John this morning, and I was thinking I think he'd be happier if he was covering pro sports.
I think so too.
it changes in
See
pro
you later.
sports too. All the pro sports change too.
Yeah, but John doesn't get as mad about the baseball playoff expanding as he does college football.
No, I didn't like it. I don't.
But
like
not
it.
like this. You are much angrier today than you were then.
Yeah,
about
but the
baseball.
difference is, at least it's not like the AL East gets 3 teams in automatically every year.
Here you go, Josh. Take a look at this schedule. Why don't you read it to John? He'll
All right.
he'll appreciate.
Can you move it
this.
a little closer to me?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Sure.
Opening day, February 28th. That doesn't sound so bad. June 3rd through the 8th, conference tournament week. June 9th, selection Monday. So that's not Memorial Day, Happer. June 13th through 16th, the round of 64.
This is where we add a week in the postseason.
So it's a best of 3, June 20 to 23, round of 32. Then you have Supers. College World Series begins on John's birthday, and the finals are the 12th through the 14th. Whoa.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous.
Now, here,
Why would we need to do this? It's a good playoff system.
We
I mean,
love-
it
we
does
love
get us
good
closer
weather.
to football.
We love good.
Who cares if it gets us close? The
like it.
calendar's the calendar. That's not
Okay,
changing.
devil's advocate, John.
Yeah.
This past weekend, when Creighton played Xavier, we had excellent weather.
Great weather.
Imagine 2 more weeks of that.
Imagine 2 more weeks of excellent weather.
Regular
Yeah,
season.
and it's 195 in the middle of July.
You're-
So
you're,
I guess-
you're trading 1 week of 195 for 1 week of 34, which
No.
I think it's a fair trade. I love the trade, actually.
that's a dumb trade.
I think we come out on top.
Get the Colorado School of Mines on Nebraska's schedule. Let's
No,
make this
get
happen.
them out of here.
Get them out of here. Get them out of there.
John, you love this
You can
idea.
enjoy it all you want, but I will not.
Thank you to Otson, who has made the graphic. John Bishop, I'll kidnap whoever it takes. And the smile, it really makes it perfect.
It does seem a little sinister, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. Oh,
I'm
man.
about ready to burn my degree over here. I'm so ashamed of college right now.
Wow.
Oh, it's bad.
Pro sports
I mean,
John.
these people are so bad. They're terrible people.
Did you
They're
hear
awful,
about the
rotten
playoff
people.
changing this year already? It's gone.
Yeah.
The
So what about what pro market do we think John would do best in?
oh, good one.
Yeah. Like, so where should John go? Because I don't think he should go. He doesn't want to go to Chicago. Covering the team you care about, I think, is a miserable experience.
How about Bing Bong?
Oh, he hates New York City.
Okay, what about St.
No.
Louis?
I haven't. No, he'd
It'd
be
be
a good
horrible.
troll.
Uh-huh.
I think.
You'd be a good, yeah, you could do like an
Now,
anti-Cardinal
I
show.
think
Are
I
we
have
looking
the
for
place.
both baseball and football, or just one or the other?
No, well, I mean, most of the.
It's
Yeah.
It's all encompassing.
all-encompassing.
John Duncan says it. Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Minneapolis John. He doesn't hate the Vikings. He likes the Vikings, so I think he'd fit in there. Him and Paul Allen could be buds.
You
The
love
Twins are fun.
Libs,
Twins?
Minneapolis burning on fire.
Exactly. Yeah, you remember COVID, John. You loved what they were doing up there.
Oh, he can
It
talk
was
about
great
hockey.
for the economy. I mean, they did an awesome job.
Yeah, he could talk about hockey.
He gets hockey, NBA, and MLB.
He's kind of
NFL.
becoming an NBA guy with his
He is.
broken
You would
arm.
love the Twins. They never win.
There you go.
And then they have weird things like last season with the sausage. Remember the sausage, the summer sausage?
I think this is
Yes.
the place for John. I think John would fit in well in
All
Minneapolis.
right. Well, that's what I'll go then.
First
All right,
one
let's
I
see if
thought
the
of.
fan has a job.
First one I thought it was Oklahoma City.
Oh, kind of like Omaha, just bigger,
You have the NBA, which John loves,
Yep.
and you have a AAA baseball team.
which John also loves.
It's very hot.
He could be the
All the
voice,
time.
I still have to cover the Sooners though, and that's college.
but he could be the voice for the Women's College World Series.
He could. That's true.
Mhm.
No, but they'll probably move that to Labor Day. So no, I don't want anything to do with these people anymore.
All right,
they're
college
they're
is
awful
out.
people that are in it to ruin the
All
world.
right, where do they care least about college?
well, that is
sports?
New York. but
Well,
he
that'd be
doesn't-
Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Yeah, but you would.
They
still
do
have
like
to talk
they
about
do
it.
like college hockey, but I don't think John is out on college hockey.
How about like Phoenix?
Yeah, they
Oh.
kind of leave that alone.
He could live with Mike Farron.
Oh,
Perfect.
Yeah, you guys could be neighbors.
2 redheads.
they could be bestie. John could live in his basement.
You guys could do a podcast.
Well, then that's what
They
we'll
could
do.
both have fans in the background behind their head.
One goes one way and the other goes the other way. This is great. John, we're going to miss you.
John's moving to Phoenix.
But I don't know, covering the Cardinals. He controlled Cardinals fans
You
in
could.
Arizona. That sounds fun.
John's
John would
moving-
love that.
He's moving to Phoenix to
Cardinals do enough trolling of
Do
themselves.
they still
I
have the
mean.
hockey team in Atlanta or in Arizona?
they
got
left.
rid of
No,
them. I
no,
saw a
they
team
left.
there one
They went
time.
to Utah.
Yeah, now
They-
they're
they're
the
in
Utah
Utah now.
Yetis.
The Yetis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did
Mammoth.
we talk
Mammoth,
about the fact
sorry.
that Nick
Mammoth.
made our YouTube name last week, like Mammoth Up or something?
You
And
like Mammoth?
I had no idea what it meant the whole show because we never acknowledged
And we
it.
never talked
But
about
then
it.
at the very end on ESPN, I saw a thing like the Mammoths, and I was like, "Oh, that's what today is about."
I figured it might have even popped up in content. I was surprised it didn't even show up in content, honestly.
I mean, you write the questions.
That's true. I should have wrote it into content.
Stibbs points out is in Minnesota where that show was from that yelled at us for using program. Yes,
Yep.
there was a show.
They got mad at you guys?
There's a program in Minneapolis.
Wow.
Yeah. And so a bunch of Minnesota fans hopped in our Minchies and were getting mad at us.
Did you tell them that you guys were there first?
We actually weren't, but we. don't
I have
listen
no
to
idea
Minnesota
who was
Sports
who.
Radio.
We
Are they
just
mad
started
at-
doing it. It
Yeah,
was
because of
organic.
Saban. It was a Saban.
Are they mad at Pat McAfee?
I
Good
am.
question.
He's just program all the time.
That's
Apparently he
true.
hates Rich Eisen. What's up with this? You see
Really?
this? Hear about that? He
Beef?
like was throwing shade at Rich Eisen joining ESPN.
Theo, what do you know about this?
No, that's too big of a podcast for me to
Okay.
care about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be real small and very, very, very specific. for me
And
to understand.
using code words for
For
random
everything.
things.
Yes.
Absolutely everything.
Theo, I just thought Theo knew about all the beefs.
He does know about a lot of beefs.
He knows about the beefs, but they're very underground.
He's
very,
a
very
specific
underground.
beef guy. Underground beef.
Underground beef.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
But okay, there we go. Theo says best Gophers podcast is in Spicer.
Like Sean?
Spicer, Minnesota. It's a small lake town.
The best podcast is in Spicer, Minnesota.
That's what they're saying.
I
That's what Theo's saying.
I don't think I believe this. I don't believe this.
Theo, how many very specific small town podcasts do you listen to?
Yeah, people say I listen to podcasts,
I'll
but
tell you
then
what,
there's
though.
Theo.
Going to Minnesota in the summer,
Awesome.
whoa.
Yeah.
That is special.
Early fall.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes you think I could live here. But then if you go in the winter, you're
Yeah.
like,
Go
wait.
Only go in July.
it's so cold.
Yeah.
And there's so much snow.
Mhm.
Nick, did you know about the downtown in Minneapolis? They have walkways that connect every building.
You don't have to go outside ever if you don't want to.
Yeah. It's smart.
It is smart. I've been to Minneapolis a lot, but I've never been downtown, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh.
Driving into
Downtown.
Minneapolis is fun because you go over that hill and you see all the downtown.
The whole city's
It's
just bang
really
right
cool.
there.
It's kind of like Pittsburgh. What about Pittsburgh, John?
Oh, John, Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pirate
Sandwiches.
Bishop.
Pittsburgh's a nice town.
A lot of black and
enjoyed
yellow.
Pittsburgh.
He's got the Penguins. He's got the Pirates. He's got the Steelers.
John loves the Steelers.
And there's no NBA.
There's no NBA.
So you
There's
wouldn't have
no
to talk about
NBA.
the NBA, but you get to talk about the other sports.
But college. Where's Pitt?
They don't care.
No,
They
they
do
do not care about
They
that.
don't
Only
care.
when Arnold Darnold and Larry Fitzgerald come around.
I
Yeah,
love
if they
Larry
show up and
Fitzgerald.
it's like, hey, you want to come back and play for the Steelers?
I think usually they fill up the stadium because it's like buy a Steelers ticket, get a
Yeah.
Pitt ticket for free.
And
they're like,
they
maybe
they renamed that stadium to Acrisure.
Acrisure. It's really weak.
Very
Big ketchup
frustrating.
bottle is what I still call
That's
it.
exactly right.
what it
Heinz
should be.
Field.
Should
Heinz,
be
Vines, Rhymes.
That's last
That's
time
fine,
I was
try.
there when Creighton was in the NCAA tournament. I bought a terrible towel,
Oh.
and I love it.
Yeah, but John, so you hate college sports. How would you feel about getting away from the Blue Jays, though? That'd be sad for you.
Well, I mean, the way things are going, it's just going to be two conferences anyway. And
Toronto. John could go
it'll
to
all
Toronto.
be gone.
Yeah, John would love Toronto.
Want to do Canadian sports talk radio, John?
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Brought to you by Tim Hortons.
They
I'm
don't
sure-
have football up there.
Well,
though.
they probably talk about the Bills.
They do, actually. Toronto's a big Bills place.
That makes sense.
Didn't
Yeah.
they used to play there? Didn't
They
have
played
a home-
one game there.
Oh, okay, just one
They have a
time.
CFL. I mean, people care about the CFL in Canada.
Not me.
In Canada,
Yeah.
you're not in Canada, Josh.
That's true. I am in Omaha. Kenny points out that Des Moines, like Minneapolis, has the skyways between buildings downtown.
Do they really?
I didn't know that.
I didn't
I've
know
never
that.
paid that much of attention to
I
downtown Des
haven't
Moines.
either.
One of my favorite breweries is in Des Moines, Iowa.
I love zombie burgers. So
I've
much.
never had that. I've heard many great things.
You guys love Des Moines this much, and you didn't know about the walkways?
I just like a brewery there.
I just love Des Moines.
Well, we figured you knew about the walkways because that's your escape route when you steal the hot sauce.
I don't need those. I just walk right out.
Nice.
That's true. You just walk right out.
Careful, you're going to
Don't
get
care.
emailed again.
Matthew says Milwaukee has skywalks too. John, what about Milwaukee?
Oh, Brewer Bishop.
He could talk about the Packers, another team that he doesn't really hate. Because that's what they do in Milwaukee, right? It's just Packers time. Packers.
Packers,
It
Brewers.
sounds good.
Little
Yeah,
Brewers.
and then a little Bucks when they're good. So
Yeah.
no
Sounds
more
good.
Bucks talk. No more.
Wisconsin.
They don't care. Do they care?
How does
Yeah, we care a little
Wisconsin
bit
not
of
have a
Wisconsin.
hockey team? That's what I want to know. Or not Wisconsin. Yeah.
The
How do they not
state,
have
an NHL team?
yeah.
That's a good question,
That
John.
is a good question.
How come they're not big on hockey up there? I thought they were.
It is cold.
It's too Minnesota of them
Do
to
you
have
think-
a hockey
Oh,
team.
they probably turned off by all the Minnesotans. Oh, that's only for
Are
those
they
dumb
too-
Minnesotans.
Are they too Packers pilled in Wisconsin?
Yeah.
They're very
Maybe
Packers
that's
filled.
why.
Extremely
Nothing else
bad.
could survive.
That's all they talk
The
about.
Packers take up all the oxygen.
Nick, wait, when August arrives, wait for their little scrimmage night that they do.
Oh, they're family.
It's like a
night.
spring game, but they fill up the stadium.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And it's just them. It's
Yeah.
there's not a team in town. It's just the Packers.
It's like Nebraska, but the NFL.
It really is the most college of all the pro teams
Hmm.
in the best ways.
Mhm.
Plus, they sit on planks. They don't have chairs.
Oh, that
Yeah,
sounds
it's very
uncomfy.
old. It's very old school.
It
I don't
is
want to
old
get a
school.
hemorrhoid while I watch football.
Okay, why would you get a hemorrhoid?
I don't know. It doesn't seem very conducive. to-
It's just sitting.
Yeah, but don't you need to isn't that how you get hemorrhoids if you're just sitting on flat, uncushioned surfaces?
I don't know. How do you get hemorrhoids?
I thought it
Well,
was the
they have
pushing.
things called seat
I
cushions.
thought it was when you go.
They have things called seat
I don't
cushions. I'm sure the Packer fans, and we got to remember, they're Packer fans. They eat a lot of cheese, so there's a lot of padding down there.
Oh man.
Mm,
I've
I
heard
think
that-
it sounds like it's more internal, Nick.
Yeah, it's more about the pooping.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
George Brett never rode the bench. Otherwise, there's no way he got hemorrhoids that way.
Joey
He was always
Colbert
playing.
writes in, "Don't you hate on the Packers Family Fun Night?" I was not hating. I was just saying it's a thing.
I enjoy
We're
the
explaining
Packers.
it. I don't know why
Yeah.
you're getting so defensive.
They
about
also
it.
have bikes up there, Nick. They love Packers on bikes.
When you
Aaron
say
Rodgers,
bikes.
he rode in the back of a
Bicycles.
truck once.
They love the bicycles. It's their whole bit.
Maybe I should go there. I like bicycles.
There you go. Maybe you'll go to Green Bay.
Nick, you could live in Green Bay.
Oh,
I could see you living
Green
in
Bay
Green Bay.
Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. Just imagine going into like every bar. It's Packers themed.
It is.
God,
Yeah,
that would
but then-
suck.
The only college baseball I could watch is the Badgers. I don't want to do that.
They don't
They
have
don't
it,
have
Nick.
that. There'd be no college
The
baseball
Badgers
for you.
are
to,
the only Big Ten team without baseball.
there would be no
Oh.
college baseball for you to consume at all.
They're the Iowa State of the Big Ten.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
You do a slice of college baseball and people would go, what is that?
I mean, they do that now, John.
Oh, Nick, there was a listener of ours who sent in a photo today for the slice of college baseball, and it was a piece of pizza holding a bat.
Wow.
A
Yeah.
pizza holding the bat?
The pizza is holding the bat.
He looks sort of angry.
Yeah. Oh,
Angry
yeah.
pizza?
Yeah. Well, it looks like
He has a
middle
lot of
fingers.
toppings on him.
Looks like that's a middle finger. Is that a mushroom? That's a mushroom. But it kind of looks like it, though.
Yeah. Got a lot of toppings
I
on
want to
that
see
pizza.
angry mushroom pizza.
Yeah. Well, slice of college baseball's almost done, so sorry. I have to wait till next year. I
Yeah.
guess.
At what point does it become a whole pizza?
Well, the slices make up a whole, you know?
Okay. So how many slices are on this?
This is a
pizza?
big piece. There's a lot of
It's a
slices.
big-
There's
It's
a lot
big
of
pizza.
slices.
You've done it for like probably what, 8 weeks?
more than that.
February 18th?
Yeah, he's probably looking at about 12 slices.
Yeah.
And yet, nary a discussion about Nebraska or Creighton.
That's an
I've
extra large. I
mentioned
think
Nebraska
you're
in
going.
passing.
I think you're going party cut here, square.
That's what
Oh,
it is.
I like the
Yeah.
party cut.
Only if it's thin crust. I only like party cut if it's thin crust.
You don't like Detroit style?
No.
Whoa.
Hot take.
I think it's easier to handle party style pizza if it's a thin crust. Otherwise, the toppings just start to like goop everywhere, and it's not.
Well, I
it's
mean, the
not
same
easy
thing
to
could
eat.
happen if it's cut triangularly.
Yeah,
It could
but
still
a
goop.
triangle pizza is
Diagonally.
easier to hold. You know, like you have the crust on the back, that's a good holding point. But with a party cut, you just have a square and it's all topping and then nothing else. You have to hold it in a really weird
Yeah,
way.
but the Detroit style's got that thicker crust, so it holds up pretty well.
I like having like the crust wall at the back.
Hmm.
Interesting.
John, you
It's
could
like
go
a
to
speed bump.
Detroit. Javi Baez has resurrected his career.
He's back, baby.
Baseball stadium looks cool on TV.
It is a nice baseball park.
I've always
Yes.
wanted to go there.
Do you miss the thing from the pitcher's mound to the
The walkway.
walkway?
The cutout.
Yeah.
What?
He doesn't know about that or care about that. I don't think probably.
They got rid of like old baseball field used to have where it had that walkway between the pitching mound and the.
Oh, like how there's like dirt?
Yes.
It's not there anymore.
I had no idea that they were the only one that. Are they the only one that had
They
it?
were the
Yeah.
only one left, and now
Oh.
nobody has it.
I obviously miss it.
I figured you would, Josh.
Yeah,
I
very
figured
sad.
you would.
I think that's a cool look. Why'd they get rid of it?
That's a good question.
Probably because it was a pain in the ass. You know, oh crap, we got to edge again.
That's a good point, though, John. You're a smart person.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep. So now you look at the baseball parks and you're like, wow, I missed that dirt.
Yeah.
I missed that dirt.
But John, they got the Red Wings up there. Hockey Town, USA.
You love the Lions.
These all sound very inviting.
Yep. And well, they do care about college sports, though.
They
in
care about
Detroit.
Yeah.
stupid idiot Michigan.
Michigan. Oh, but John could be such a troll up there. John, how do you feel about the Eastern time zone, though?
Nah, it's the worst time zone.
All right, we got to stay.
What about
right,
like
right.
It is
Indianapolis?
absolutely the worst time zone. It's why we have kickoff times at 8
Oh,
o'clock because I have no
Indianapolis.
idea what the hell's going on.
Denver.
Denver?
Great time zone.
Yep.
Don't give a rat's you know what about college sports.
Correct.
That's
Uh,
true.
Mhm.
It's all
They
They
only
do
care if it's
love
prime,
the
and then they
John.
just-
They love the NBA, though.
And they don't
Like,
care
They
about
also
the
love the
Rockies.
Denver Broncos.
They do love the Broncos.
You'll never
They
have
love
to talk
the
about the
Avs.
Rockies.
You never have to talk about the Rockies.
It's kind of like Nebraska, except for it's just not college
Oh,
sports.
he could live with Dave too.
He could live with Dave,
Dave.
our old boss.
I miss Dave.
Tepper. You know Dave. Dave
I do.
Dave
I do.
Tepper.
Yes. Many Daves.
He officiated my wedding. Shout out Dave.
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
There you go. Denver.
Denver it is.
Denver John.
I like
John Denver.
John,
John
Denver.
it. I'll change my name.
Wow.
No one's ever used it.
No, not at all. Not at all.
How do we feel that John would do it breaking down preseason NFL games? Because like that's a thing that they do.
Oh, they love preseason NFL games.
They like talk about
Well, it's
it.
not so much You're not breaking down the game. You're just talking about who's getting cut and who's not.
Yeah.
John would love it. He's got plenty of experience
Yeah.
That's true.
talking about the 105-man
Oh
roster
Lord.
That's true. It's only 53.
and the walk-on program.
And the walk-on program.
John-
That
John would
vaunted Broncos walk-on program.
John would come on the air and be like, back where I'm from, they have this weird thing called the walk-on program.
Man, we would tune into Denver John. He'd be talking trash about Nebraska and
He
college
would be.
sports.
He would be.
Like, college sports are stupid.
And then if Colorado ever became good, he would turn into a Buffs guy.
Oh, no, like Josh?
Just like momentarily.
Well, they won't be around, though. That's the whole thing.
Buffalo
College
Bishop?
sports. Colorado won't be around anymore in college sports.
That's true. They're not going to be a part of the cool kids table.
Are they going to get relegated to pro?
Well, I don't know if it's the cool kids table. It's just the rich people.
Rich people table.
All right.
Wow.
Excellent.
Denver it is.
All right.
Denver to Denver we go. I like Denver. I like Denver for
I like going.
short periods
Denver's
of
great.
time.
I'm going at the end of the month.
Look at that. I have
Oh,
family
are
there.
you going to your first Rocks game?
No, my first Rocks game was last year.
All right. Are you going to your second Rocks game?
I am second, third, and fourth.
Oh, God.
I'm going to the whole series.
Damn.
Sounds like the worst weekend of all time.
It's terrible.
Well, the Yankees are playing the Rockies, so I'll see.
Oh,
some-
So who you rooting for?
Oh, that's why you're going.
You think Nick's going to be wearing his Yankees hat?
yes.
No, actually, I'm going to bring all three of my Rockies hats. and wear
Yankees hat with
different
his
every day.
Rockies jersey.
There's
House
gonna be-
divided.
I would never do that.
Nick, here's the problem though. There's going to be so many Yankee fans.
Uh-huh.
And that's why he's going. He'll fit right in.
You are going to be surrounded by Yankee fans, and you'll say, "Damn, I love these people. I love all these people in these Yankee pinstripe jerseys."
I am marrying a Yankees fan.
Dude, I'm telling
Yes,
you,
we're aware.
this is gonna be bad for your Rockies fandom. I'm telling you.
No, being a Rockies fan is bad for my Rockies
No, I'm telling
fandom.
you're gonna stop being a Rockies fan though after this weekend. You're gonna be you will finally hit the end of the way.
I don't think
Mhm.
so.
This is the way.
I think I'm going to be a fan out of spite now. I
Of
think that's
who?
where I'm at. Myself.
Wow.
In spite of ourselves.
You're still so young in this. You could say never mind. You
Yeah,
could say,
nobody would care.
You could
No.
say my bad.
I've already got like jerseys and hats though, like merch.
If you
But
decided,
you have hats of other teams too.
Feels like I'm in too deep. I have more Rockies.
if you
hats
came on the
Who are you,
radio
Sum
tomorrow
41?
nice.
and you said, "Hello, everybody. I'm Nick Grimm. I am now a Texas Rangers fan." We would laugh at you for a couple minutes, but then nobody would care.
No, that's true.
Nobody would care.
Mm.
I would say I can turn you on to some Dallas content that I follow
you've
that
already
references
done-
the Rangers.
You've already done the weirdest thing you could possibly do.
What's that?
Decide to be a Rockies fan.
That is very
Right.
strange.
in your mid-20s.
Mm.
So, so there's no more bottom left to go. Like you could just do whatever you want now.
Yeah, you'd be happier. Be a happier
It's
person.
just an option for you.
Mm.
It's just an option.
And you can reminisce about the 2024 world champion or 2023 world
They
champion.
won the World Series.
God,
They
they did.
Yeah,
They did do that.
doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but does it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Doesn't feel like it actually happened. Actually.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
That's
Wasn't
true.
That was an odd World Series.
They weren't
It was
supp-
them and the
Oh, look,
Diamondbacks,
he's-
right?
Yeah.
It's almost like one of those World Series where you know how they do the thing on Twitter where it's just all the logos rapid fire and
Yes.
whatever one you click on, and somebody just randomly clicked on Rangers, Diamondbacks. Oh, there's the World Series.
Is this a thing for everybody where like you can name who played in all these World Series and these Super Bowls, but until like what age? Because I would figure I would get better at it over time.
And I'm worse.
It absolutely stopped. I mean, after the Royals were in theirs, it's really fuzzy.
I
For
can
the
do
last like 10 years, it's super fuzzy.
I can do every NBA Finals going back to 1980.
Whoa.
Yeah, but I
could do probably every World Series for my entire life up until the Cubs World Series.
wow.
That'd
Yeah, I'm
be my
probably
guess.
better going that
Yeah.
way than I would be
Yeah.
then to now.
Yeah.
I don't remember
I
who the
would have been
Dodgers
really
played.
good, but yeah, the last
Who the
20
Dodgers
years.
play when they won in COVID? I have no idea.
Tampa.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have
That's-
no
that
memory.
one I
Randy
specifically-
Arozarena.
Yeah, that one specifically I remember. Yeah.
Wow. The Nationals, when they won, they beat.
Houston.
Oh, they had
Houston.
Juan Soto.
Yeah.
Juan Soto was on that team,
There was
right?
the funny picture of what's his
Aroldis
name?
Chapman.
Yeah, he was sad.
But I can't remember the years on these.
I can't either.
I think that was 19.
Nationals. I thought that was 18.
I thought it was 19.
Oh,
18
well.
was the Sox, the Red
Ah.
Sox.
Oh, the
They
red
beat the
ones.
Doyers.
Yep. I
All
remember
right.
that one.
The
The Astros beat the Dodgers in 17. Maybe I'm better at this than I thought I
19
was.
was Washington, right?
Hudson,
Yes.
let's go to Sporkle and settle this.
Nice.
So 20 was the Dodgers, 21.
What happened in 21? Who the hell was in that?
See, I got to think about where I lived for these events.
Oh my God.
Oh, I know. It was Josh's Braves.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know who they
Houston.
beat.
Houston.
Oh, they beat Houston.
Houston.
Wow,
Yeah.
Houston just
Houston made the
World
World Series every
all the
year.
time.
Yeah.
22. So he lived at
20.
Wow. Okay, I got no memory of this.
I can't remember.
22.
That was only the last place I lived.
Who played in the 2022 World Series?
I don't
I
remember.
have no idea.
Because 23 was Rangers.
Texas, right?
23 was
23 was
Texas.
Rangers.
Yeah.
And last year was the Dodgers.
Uh,
Who was it? 2022?
Was there? Are we sure there was even a World Series? Then?
yes,
Yes.
there was. There was.
Was it the Phillies and somebody?
Oh,
It was.
Oh.
Who'd they lose to? They lost. Did they lose to the Astros?
Oh yes, maybe.
no, this was like that was like last year, wasn't it? The Phillies were in the World Series like 2 years ago.
No,
Phillies
the-
played the
Who'd the Phillies play?
no.
No, because the Diamondbacks.
Bryce Harper
who
hit
was
a big,
it?
Bryce Harper hit a big home run.
I think the Phillies. Houston defeated the Phillies in 2022. Thank you, Otts.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right. Because that's Dusty Baker.
Houston.
So then-
yeah, Houston.
That was
Yeah,
Dusty
no
Baker's
Oilers.
World
So
Series.
2023 was Texas and Arizona, and last year was who? Dodgers and
Dodgers
who?
and Yankees.
Yankees.
Oh, remember that? Everyone was
Freddie
excited.
Freeman.
Big Market Josh was pumped. For
I
that
was
World
pumped
Series.
for that one. That was a fun one.
Wow.
Okay, so we got it.
Yeah, but there
was
needed
hard.
to be
But we had to
four
think
of
about
us. Meanwhile, 2011.
2011 would have been
I know this one.
the
That's Cardinals and Rangers.
the Cardinals Rangers epic. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a good one.
2004.
2004 would have been the Red Sox and
And
the
the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep naming Cardinals World Series.
Yeah, we'll keep doing more Cardinals World
Are
Series.
you
St.
really a
Louis
Cardinals
boys.
fan?
97.
1997.
That was the-
Marlins.
That was
and
Marlins Indians.
Cleveland. Yeah.
Look at that. But 2022, it took us 10 minutes.
I would have never got
It
there.
just
memorable.
happened.
I would have never got there.
It just happened. I think I can do every Super Bowl going back to like 90 or 91, and then it gets a little fuzzy
I
because
see.
I don't know all the 49ers and Giants and
I don't
the
know how you
R-word
do-
machinations.
I don't know how you do like the Super Bowl from like 2012. Like that
Ravens over 49ers. But
that
it
was
was
the
in
lights out.
See, I have to go by the
It was
number. I
February
can't
of-
tell you the year, but I can tell you the number.
See, and I'm better doing the year.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I would have. I will remember the Super Bowls,
Mhm.
but I would never be able to attach it to a year or a Super Bowl number.
I used to have all the scores memorized too.
Now that's awesome, John.
See, maybe this is
Stump
just
the
a
Schwab.
maybe
But
this
that's
is just a
that's
kid's
what happens
activity.
when you watch a bunch of Super Bowl highlight videos.
Oh God, they need to bring those back.
This is just a kid's activity, I guess.
What naming
Yeah.
scores?
Just naming Super Bowls and World
God,
Series.
I love doing
NBA
that.
Finals, I would have been able to do those too. But
Yeah.
there's no chance now.
Not anymore.
I can't. I would need so many guesses to try and figure out who was in the NBA Finals like 4 years ago.
Who'd the Celtics beat last year?
Great
Mavs.
question.
Mavs.
Yes.
I can tell you 4 years ago.
What year was it? 2021?
Yep.
Is it a LeBron year?
No.
Was that Toronto?
Was it
No,
a
that was
Kawhi?
2019. No.
Yeah, okay, that's yeah.
Yeah.
I got no idea.
Jacob Badilla was sad.
Suns lost to the Milwaukees. Yep.
Yeah.
The Milwaukee.
Remember,
Yeah.
Giannis had like a block and then an alley oop or something.
Ah.
Yes.
That was cool.
Yes, yes, yes.
Good
and now that
times.
franchise is dead.
Dude, they suck. They're gonna have to trade him.
Yeah.
Right to Houston.
Back in the day, used to be all over this stuff.
Yep, not anymore. Can you do that with football or basketball national championships? See, now that's the one. Basketball championships, I am lost. I can only do a handful here and there.
Oh, I don't.
I would
think
need many
so.
hints.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think
I'd
I
have to
ever would
think
have been
about it
good
for
at
a
that.
while.
Yeah.
2017. I got nothing.
Villanova.
See, that's the thing. Just guess Villanova. Actually, you know what? It actually might
I
have
think
been
it was
Villanova.
that was the Chris Jenkins one.
No,
wasn't
they
it?
weren't they 16 and 18?
No, I thought Carolina. Didn't they? Oh, that's right. They beat Carolina in 16.
Yeah, I think they were
So
16,
was it
16 and
Carolina?
18.
Did North Carolina win it in 2017?
That sounds right.
Yes,
Okay.
they beat Gonzaga.
Oh man, I was always rooting for Gonzaga.
Villanova was the year before that. They beat North Carolina.
And
in the
then
buzzer
Villanova
beater.
won in 18. Did they beat Michigan?
And Villanova won in 18 and beat Michigan. Yeah,
Yeah, they crushed Michigan.
Yeah, didn't they make like 1 billion threes in that game?
79-62.
That doesn't seem like 1 billion.
Yeah, but they were leading by a lot the whole game.
Yeah, they stiff armed them.
It was not competitive.
Wow.
Typical Big Ten.
By the way, Johnny Pig wants to know:
Nice.
does John have a Mizzou helmet in the background?
See, I told you this was going to
you
happen.
did say this.
Yep.
One of our
That's a
listeners.
Fremont
loves
Tigers
Fremont.
helmet.
One of our
Yeah.
listeners was critical the other day of John. Why don't you have Nebraska stuff? in the
Fremont
background?
appropriation of
Mhm.
Missouri.
Because they did. We did. We appropriated their logo.
I mean,
It's a nice logo. I mean, we always had boring logos at Fremont, so it was nice that we had something.
It's exactly the same I mean,
It is.
high
It is.
schools have no shame about this. They steal their fight songs.
Well, how many people have the Green Bay G,
I was just gonna say
including
the
the
same
Georgia Bulldogs?
So many.
They
Gretna,
all stole
Gretna.
it.
Gross.
Yep.
Gross
Didn't
have it?
Gross have it?
Both of them. Yep.
Wow.
I mean, Gretna's got the colors down too.
Wild.
Unbelievable.
Hey, you can buy hand warmers though from the NFL and it doesn't look any different.
I would buy some like NFL gloves or something like that,
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
and then pretend they were like Gretna issued, but they're just Packers.
Exactly.
Mm-mm-mm.
All
Well,
right, there you go.
okay.
There's your crossover.
Happer, great to see you.
Excellent
Yep.
to see all of you, including you, John,
From a distance.
from a distance.
You'll be back on Monday.
I have no idea.
Whether you want to be or not, apparently.
I cannot wait until John's doctor's appointment. I love learning more.
I
information.
can't wait either. I'm
When is it,
dying
John?
to see if I
Monday?
can get this thing off for a little bit.
It's Monday?
Just want my arm to
It's
breathe.
Friday.
It's Friday. Are you going to be late for the crossover again?
I doubt it. It's supposed to be a morning appointment.
Okay, good. Awesome. That's
Then you
exciting.
could break the news that you're coming back on Monday after that.
Folks,
Michael Jordan press release. I'm back.
I'm back.
Yes.
Yeah.
tell him
Yeah.
we
Get the
come.
Canva graphic ready, Odson. I'm back.
All right. The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com.
Nice.
We will begin a program next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
The way things are trending, we might as well host the NFL schedule reveal show.
That's exciting.
I mean,
We
Joey
might as
can do
well.
it.
I mean, I think we've got most of the information.
Get the leak flash ready, Nick.
Leaks.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I mean, it'll sound like the other day when Nick was playing Leak Flash on top of Leak Flash on top of Leak, because, I mean, they're coming in so fast, there's no way you could keep up at all.
I've been keeping up.
I'm sure you have, you pervert.
Thank you to Joey for quote tweeting it every time we get a leak.
He tagged both me and Peter.
Yeah, but
It
that's
was.
that's what the amateurs do. The professionals go to progrid.org.
What is progrid.org?
Well, why don't you just look it up and your mind will be blown.
All right, here we go.
Progrid.org.
Why is it .org? This site cannot be reached.
Yeah, I can't get it either.
Are you sure it's progrid.org, John?
Yeah,
Wow.
progrid.org. I'm literally on it right
it also
now.
says not secure. I hope you're not putting any information in there.
There must be
John.
something going on with the internet here at work that doesn't allow us to access this.
Well, I guess I'm the man with the power because I have all the information.
But John, I thought you hated this stuff. I can't tell if you like the leaks or if you hate the leaks.
Well, I don't like the leaks because imagine I don't watch them, but there are people out there that watch the Academy Awards, right? And
Sure.
because they like the drama, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine, I mean, what the NFL is doing is basically like all of a sudden, best supporting actress gets leaked on a Wednesday. Wait, what? It's ruined the whole thing.
Even when
It's kind of funny how it happens, but hey,
It hasn't ruined my night. I still can't wait to see what's going on with the sketch.
Even when I
Well, you
Google
won't need to
Progrid,
because
it doesn't
I have
show
all
up.
the information.
You just
on
have
progrid.org.
some of the information.
It's coming in hot and heavy. We'll
Is
be
it really?
updating you throughout the show.
Okay.
We'll be updating throughout the show.
Awesome.
Google-
NFL schedule.
Google doesn't even know what Progrid is. I can't find it on Google either.
Wow. This is wild.
That is wild. I mean, I'm literally looking at it right now.
Sure you are.
Progrid.org.
Hmm.
I'll take a screenshot of it and I'll
I don't
email
believe it.
to you.
It's not real.
I don't believe it at all.
The Rooferees, well, you better believe it because it's real and it's spectacular. Rooferees Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Voice to text edition.
Yet again.
Indiana sets the pace in the East.
Get it, Nick?
Oh, because Pacers.
Got it.
Anybody have a spare set of Depends? Because there's a lot of leaking going on.
Oh, okay. I was going to
That
say,
could be about a lot of things.
are we crapping our pants today, John?
College football consternation. No, they are crapping their pants.
Ah,
Bill Connolly, ESPN.com.
nice.
Try looking that up. Maybe that shows up
Maybe
as
that was the website.
progrid.org. Bill
Mhm.
Connolly, ESPN.com.
Voice to text spelled his last name wrong, too. Come on, voice to text. Get it together.
Tough look.
President C will be along. Marty Cordero of your Omaha Storm Chasers. We got win totals for you gambling degenerates out there. How much is riding on the first game?
Oh, man. A right of the offseason is asking that question. Let's go, John.
A first look, Nick Cage is John Madden.
You know,
I like how it capitalizes John Madden,
Yeah, but
a
not-
great American, but Nick Cage, it gets a
Also,
little tiny.
Nick
lowercase.
Cage. Nick is Nick with a C, not with a CK.
that is true.
Hey, talk to voice to text.
Nick without a K. Cage.
Yes.
And hashtag dumb debates.
Let's go.
402-951-1620. It's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Don't forget, you can register to win a $100 gift card each and every week. All you have to do is visit 1620thezone.com and just put your name in.
Let's go, baby.
You can tweet the Grum at USC 1620.
Tweet.
That is the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Or email John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank inbox. Equitable takes banking personally, answer the phone on the first ring. That's where you can also send your dumb debates to that and the Twitter feed.
Tight.
Because we always like to get more dumb debates. More dumb debates. But last night, Indiana.
Oh, baby.
Closes it out. The number 1 seed in the East gone. The number 2 seed about to be gone. We're going to get, it used to be that the NBA seemed to be a very chalky league.
Oh, yeah.
But this year, chalk is struggling. It's like when you get to that end, that tiny little nub of chalk, and you're still trying to write with it.
Yeah. We're going to probably get the 1 seed in the West. But
Probably.
We ain't getting the 1 seed in the East or the 2 seed in the East. We're going to have the 3 and the 4 seeds in the East.
Because the Pacers did it last night.
Yeah.
Pretty good game. A little back and forth. I thought Cleveland was going to have it, and then all of a sudden, here come the Pacers. And, ever since they kicked old man Halliburton out of the arena, Tyrese has been on a pretty good
he's
run.
been awesome. Yeah, for sure.
He might insist that dad never comes and watches another game again.
Dude, they ripped through the Cavs in a way that I absolutely did not see coming. Because at least in the other series in the East, and that one could come to a close tonight, for the most part, the Celtics have been the better team in the series. They were up in the games 1 through 3 by at least 20 points in all those games, and yet they were down 2-1. The other night, they were up by, what did the lead get to? I think 13. And they ended up losing. Like, they have been the better team, I think, top to bottom in every game, and yet they're down, or at least throughout much of those games. But in the fourth quarter, they've struggled. Meanwhile, though, in the other side, the Pacers have pretty much dominated this series front to back. I know that they've been down. They came back. They were down last night. They were down in game 2. But for the most part, they've kind of ripped through them fairly easily.
The Pacers are the first team since, I didn't realize seeding began in 1984. I thought they had seeding prior to that. Interesting.
Well, they did. Is it the expanded 16?
It might be.
That's probably what it means.
But it says Indiana is the first team since seeding began in 1984 to reach the conference finals in consecutive years as a 4 seed or lower. Both times. Last year, they were the 6. The Pacers, maybe what we should be thinking is we're trending toward Pacers, T-Wolves, the 2 teams that were the plucky little underdogs and then came up just a little bit short.
I was going to say, wouldn't that be an ABA matchup? But it would not. Pacers were ABA, but Minnesota was
T-Wolves
expansion.
were an expansion team.
Yeah, never mind.
Weren't they the last? Oh, no, that was New Orleans.
Correct. Well, no, Charlotte when they came into existence as the Bobcats, because the Hornets moved to New Orleans.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot that. Charlotte got a team, and then they lost a team, then they got it.
And before that, I believe it would have been the Magic and the Heat. I think those were the 2.
Well, yeah, but when the T-Wolves would have been in there somewhere.
I thought the T-Wolves were before it, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think Heat and Magic were before the T-Wolves. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure Heat and Magic, because Heat and Magic were like the first two, I guess we call modern expansion teams.
All right, let's see. In 1988, the Hornets and the Heat. In 1989, the Timberwolves and the Magic. In 95, the Raptors and the Grizzlies. And then in 04, the Charlotte Bobcats. Which
I had Minnesota pegged later than that. Well, either way, congrats to the Indiana Pacers. By the way, saw this today because, the Pacers will be, no matter who wins, Pacers will be the lower seed, so they won't have home court advantage. But game 3, which would be their first home game, will also be the same day as the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, wow. Will it really?
Which in that city is
holy God,
massive. I'm hoping the basketball's at night. But yeah, that could be quite the sports day in Indianapolis. And it will be, because the Pacers will be hosting no matter what.
I would hate to be driving in Indianapolis that day.
Yeah, that sounds pretty miserable.
The good news, the track is outside of town, so I don't know if downtown is as bad, but can't say. I don't know. It's not as good. But Oklahoma City last night, that was a good game.
Was awesome.
That was a good game. I was kind of rooting for Denver. I don't know why.
Because that's where you're going to do sports talk.
Oh, that's true. That's my new home.
Yeah.
But after Jokic hit the stupid 3,
ridiculous.
I was like, that actually got a verbal acknowledgement.
Look
for me.
at you.
Because normally, it just happens in the background. But I mean, it was so stupid how he did it.
Yeah.
That it was just like, oh,
just falling away. Nick, it was sweet.
But it didn't matter because
no one else could make a basket.
Because no one else could make a basket, and SGA, had another great 30-point game.
Yep. Had some nice passes too late in the game.
He did, and so now Oklahoma City's got the edge, 3-2. I think we're going to 7 in that one. No,
yeah,
I think we're going to 7 in that one.
Game 2 was wild because the Thunder dominated front to back, but it has been a very even series. Otherwise, these games have all been really good, down to the wire. You had the comeback in game 1. You had last night's game. I think I'm with you. They'll have to have they'll play tomorrow, and then they'll have a game 7, in my opinion. I'm with you on that one.
And of course, tonight, then we get probably the end of Banner 19.
Nice.
And is
awesome.
Are we getting also the T-Wolves and the Warriors?
Yes.
Is it 2 games tonight?
Yep. Yeah.
So
might be the last doubleheader of the year. Might be the last doubleheader of the year because if the Knicks win, then there will not be 2 games no matter what in a couple of days.
Bing bong! That is true.
And tomorrow there's only 1 game.
And yesterday it was a good night for walk-offs. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Charles Schwalkoff?
No, none of these happened at Charles Schwalkoff Field, but we had 5, count them, 5 walk-offs, including 3 within 4 minutes.
First one in the air, deep left field again. Yes, Tigers win. Javi is unstoppable.
That's the picture in the vegetation. That's up. I'm leaving, and the picture's like no.
This ball hit well to left field.
The Astros.
Ball game over. Isa Paredes starts the party for the Astros.
That was 2 minutes after the
Isa Paredes walking them off with a blast into the Crawford boxes.
Let's see what
We can see.
That was 2 minutes, and this is 2 minutes after that.
That's head to the corner. Brujan is in. Here comes Nico. On his way to the plate. And the Cubs win it. Justin Turner, the walk-off. Boy, oh boy, welcome to Chicago, Justin Turner. Have your moment at Wrigley Field. In the air, deep left center field. It's back. It is gone. Fernando walks it off. Deep into the San Diego night. Padres win it.
That's just going to cut in the third base. And this one's for you, Skip.
Is it fair? It's there. Laser guided by J.P. Crawford, and he wins it tonight against the Evil Empire in 11 innings.
I love the acknowledgement of the Evil Empire.
That's their nickname, right?
Well, I mean, the people that don't like them. I'm sure the Yankees. I'm sure the Yankees take it. They take it with pride because everyone points to them as the Evil Empire. The real Evil Empire is the Dodgers because they're the ones doing all the winning all the time.
They are.
But yeah, 5 walk-offs last night. Didn't have that this year.
And Andor had a hell of a walk-off last night too, John. So I'd actually say 6 walk-offs. What? You have Star Wars tattoos.
Tattoo.
Oh. You don't have 2?
I only have 1 Star Wars
You only have 1 Star Wars tattoo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
That's what I was watching last night, and then the basketball.
There was a lot of good stuff on last night.
It was a great night. It was a great night.
Great night of sports. Can't complain.
Aren't sports and Andor awesome?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And now it's over.
And now it's over.
It's very sad.
Well, when we come back, I guess I'll be the only one updating because I'm the only one that has access to progrid.org.
We don't need progrid.org. We have Joey.
We have Joey. Joey, get in here.
But you got to see the Progrid. I'm
did
sending
just
you the
see-
screenshot.
John, I did just see the Thursday night football schedule has been leaked, and I'm getting excited for one of these games, baby. Oh my gosh, I love football. Can we talk about football?
Well, we will with progrid.org.
That's fine. I just want to talk about football. This is the best. I love this life. Nick, can you believe of all the eras to live in the world history, we get to live right now when the NFL schedule is getting leaked?
This happens once a year.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we will be back and have a whole lot more, so
Let's do it.
stick around. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Zone wants to send you to Las Vegas to see Kenny Chesney. The show is Saturday, June 14th at the Sphere in Las Vegas. If
The
you win, you
Sphere.
get a pair of tickets to the show, paid airfare to Vegas, and a stay in the Luxor. That's the pyramid-shaped one. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com, and you must be 21 to enter.
Spheres, pyramids, airplanes, or cylinders. A lot of shapes.
Oh, okay.
A lot
I
of
was wondering where you
shapes.
were going, Warren.
Many shapes.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, we need a leak flash. It's time for an NFL schedule leak flash. Leak flash. From the Leak Flash Leak Desk. According to ProGrid.org.
Which may or may not actually exist.
Oh, it does. 171 out of 272 NFL games are leak flash known.
They're
That's-
leaked.
That's 62.9% leakage.
Almost nice.
We have teams.
What is it, the Titanic?
Yes. Leak flash. A lot of teams. Leak flash. Whom we know their entire schedule. Leak flash. We know the entire schedules of the Buffalo Bills, the Miami Dolphins,
Fins up.
the New York Jets, the Denver Broncos, the New York Giants, the defending world champion Philadelphia Eagles. We know the entire schedule for the Minnesota Vikings, and we know the entire schedule for the soon-to-be defending world champion Los Angeles Rams. So we have several teams where we know the entire schedule.
Isn't
And
this
we know the
awesome?
entire schedule for week 1. The whole schedule is
Oh,
You know,
I haven't seen this, John. What do we got for what were you going to say?
I'd say,
What?
are they still leaks?
That's a great question because
Are
they're
these leaks?
not anymore. John, what is the Sunday night game? I actually don't know what it is for week 1.
the Sunday night game in week 1 are the Buffalo Bills
Whoa.
hosting the Baltimore Ravens.
Holy God, Nick. That's incredible. What's the Monday night game?
The Monday night game is the Minnesota Vikings at the Chicago Bears.
Oh, that's gross, but can't wait. God, this is just tremendous news.
There has been a change, however, and
Ba-da-da-da-da.
originally it was leaked that the Los Angeles Rams would be hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Thanksgiving, but that has been changed. And so the longest streak of any NFL team to never play on Thanksgiving continues.
Wait,
the Rams
who is
haven't
it?
played on
What is the
Rams haven't
Thanksgiving
played
game?
on Thanksgiving since 1975.
What is the Thanksgiving game?
Well, they have not announced the third Thanksgiving game.
Okay.
They have announced that the first Thanksgiving game, the Detroit Lions will be hosting the Green Bay Packers, and in
Tight.
the mid-afternoon window or late afternoon window, it will be America's team, the Kansas City Chiefs, versus MAGA's team, the Dallas Cowboys, in the
Go
Amerimaga Bowl.
Cowboys.
The
MAGA.
Amerimaga Bowl.
MAGA on MAGA violence.
Oh,
But
there'll
they
be a
have
lot
not
of MAGA.
announced. They have not announced the evening game.
There you
for
go. See,
Thanksgiving.
John, we don't know the schedule. We don't know the whole schedule
Well, but
yet.
we do know 63% of it. And at the pace this is coming in, there's a good chance we might have everyone complete by the end of the Grum. We'll see. What would you like to set the percentage at? Give me a percentage.
69.5, John.
75.
So you say that I will take the over. So you're setting it at 69.5%.
Yeah, I mean it's probably a good bet to go.
If you want to set a new number, set a new number.
what would you set it at? Would you go higher?
Well, I just said I was going to take the over.
No, I know. So what would be a number that you would have to actually decide
Let's
on
go.
if the under?
What about
Let's go
73?
77.7%.
Under for sure. That's
I'll
way
take the
too high
under.
of a number.
All right, we'll find out. But we have 4 hours. Oh, hang on. Let me hit the refresh here.
Do we have more games coming in already
Not yet.
on this
4
fake
hours
website?
and 8 minutes. 4 hours and 8 minutes until the release of the schedule, of which we know 62.9%.
Nice. God, this is going to be great. We're going to have a great time.
Meanwhile, of course, this is a
Holiday.
17 week schedule.
Oh, sorry. 17 game schedule. 18
Whatever, 17
18
okay.
week schedule.
All right. push your glasses up further your nose.
I just wanted to make sure that you like being a broadcaster that is factual. I just want to make sure that you were being factual.
You know what I meant.
Yes, but I want to make sure the listeners know.
But we all know that the NFL is dying to make it an 18-game schedule.
Yeah, because they want to kill their players. They're like, we're dying to hopefully make you die.
But and this has been talked about for over a decade.
It's been a while.
Over a decade, they've been trying to get the 18-game schedule. They got it pushed up to 17 a few years ago, and now it looks like they're pushing really hard for 18. Well, Matt Barrows of The Athletic wrote a column today on this, the NFL Leak Day, of how both sides can get what they want. Because the players and the coaches are like, no, this is stupid. NFLPA Executive Director Lloyd Howell said no one wants to play an 18th game. Some guys don't want to play 17 just given the toll it has wrecked or on their body. Last season, the 49ers had just 6 players who started all 17 games. And that was on the high end. Jeez. The Bills, Eagles, and Rams had just 1 player who started all 17 games. The Browns, Giants, Panthers, Patriots had 2. 16 teams had 5 or fewer. Now, for some of those, like the Eagles, for example, they had already clinched the division. So week 18 or the last game of the season,
it didn't matter.
They sat a bunch of guys. But the bottom line was this. The 49ers, if you recall, they went through a terrible season of injuries, and yet they led the league in the most players to play all 17 games. So this column from Matt Barrows suggests a compromise. He calls it the 18-16 compromise, which was what I think was what got Iowa admitted into the union. The 18-16 compromise. It's a joke. It's a terrible joke. But,
good one, John. I thought it was funny.
His suggestion is this. You make an 18-game schedule, but no player can participate in more than 16 games.
So you go back to the old times where you would only play 16 games, but you mandate, you codify it.
So would that make a difference?
What do you mean?
Like, if you're still getting banged up on 16 games, is not getting banged up for 2 extra games going to make that big of a difference?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole argument is that since they're playing more than 16 games now, that they get more banged up. So
now,
if you force them to only play 16,
I just feel like the 16 feels high. Like, why not like 18-14?
Well, it's always been. I mean, it was a
16-game
16-game schedule
years.
since 1978.
Yeah.
Which is where they were. Now the question is, how does this work?
Yeah, because
what you're doing is you're sitting people at different times. Now
there's strategy involved.
Obviously, if you have a player that gets put on IR,
well, then that solves that problem.
And that person's taken care of.
He brought up the quarterback position, right? Like the importance of quarterback. And imagine, John, because they always bring up kids in these discussions. Imagine that you're a kid and your parents got you tickets for your birthday, and you're like, I can't wait. I'm going to go to the Tennessee Titans, Kansas City Chiefs game. And the Chiefs are like, who cares about the Titans? We're benching Patrick Mahomes for one of his 2 mandated benchings. And then the kid has to watch Carson Wentz.
What if they start doing quarterback rotations like MLB does with starting pitchers?
That sounds terrible. So one of the ideas or one of the parts of this idea was, do you cut out a little loophole in here, put an asterisk, and allow quarterbacks to play in all 18 games because they are the most recognizable, popular position. Certainly the television networks, John. Imagine one of these Sunday night games with Mahomes, and suddenly they're like, we're actually benching him for this game.
No way Tua is going to play 18 games.
There you go. So that one solves
well,
itself.
that one you don't have to worry about. Yeah. The other, do I like this idea? No, I think it's a terrible idea.
Terrible?
Because here's why. The real thing you need to do is you need to expand the rosters.
Sure.
But of course, the reason why the NFL wants 18 games is because they're greedy and their owners want more money. But if you expand the rosters, that means you have to pay more people. So it becomes a situation where you probably, it's probably a push in terms of actually making more money. But that's the logical way to do it, is you need to have larger rosters. But the reason why I don't like this is, what if What if you're a team, you're in a division fight? So let's use the Eagles and Washington, okay?
Hey, screw you.
They're in a division fight, and down to the last 2 weeks of the season, and it's a tie. They're tied for first place, and maybe it's one of those years. Well, it's like pretty much every year. The NFC East is a bad division, so they don't have enough teams.
You're an idiot, John.
But my point is this: what if you come down to the end of the season and you still have key guys? Maybe it's even your quarterback who have used up all 16 of their games. All of a sudden, you got to play backups for 2 critical end of season games where you're trying to get into the playoffs.
I mean, it's a great point.
See, because what this is load management codified into rules.
Correct. But I mean, is it?
And that, to me, that's a deal breaker for me.
Well, so like, look, do I want to watch football and see backups mandated into the games? Of course not. Is it a compromise that I would be willing to live with if the NFL is going to force an 18th game down our throat to try to keep players healthier? Like, sure, I would deal.
Yeah, but
with
how
that.
would you feel? Let's say it's the Cowboys in that situation.
John, it would suck. I'm not, again.
That's what I'm saying. So
if they're going to do it, like this does seem like a fair compromise. And like I'm not with you.
Well, the fair compromise is to expand the roster
the fair
so that you have
is to just go back to 16 like we had for the for
Sure,
millions of years. Yes,
sure.
What I would do, I would say certainly expand the rosters and add another bye week. I guess I understand why they don't want to do that because it would lower the inventory for so many weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be the smart play. You could always have a bye before a Thursday game. You could always have a bye after the trips overseas. Because if you have an 18th game and you have 20 weeks, everyone's going to play overseas because that's their goal anyway. They want to move to 16 international games a year. They want everybody on Thursday night. So you allow for those 2 cutouts. You expand the roster, whether it's game day or in general, and then you go from there. So that is what I would do. That is what I would do.
It's an idea. I would be surprised if that went through. But the question will be, how much will the Players Association fight this?
Well, I mean, they don't want it. They don't want it.
Now, the thing
all.
is that the CBA is still out for. They signed the new one during COVID.
Yeah. So what, like 3-4 more years, right? End of the decade?
Yeah, I thought they signed a 10-year deal. And then I want to say 2031 is the expiration of the
2030.
CBA.
Yeah, extends through the 2030 season. So we have 5 years or 6 years left of this.
Right.
Yeah.
So they'll continue to haggle and fight and scratch and all of that stuff. We were talking about the NFL schedules. I don't know if you saw this or not. Now, we already know who everyone is playing. We just didn't know in what order they were playing. But here is the strength of schedule for this season in the NFL.
This is based off of last year.
This is based off of last year's records, and the toughest schedules belong to a lot of the teams in the NFC East.
Oh, interesting, John. I thought it was a weak conference or division.
Well, it is a weak division. It's going to be even weaker when they lose to all these good teams.
Fascinating.
But the Giants, followed by the Bears, Lions, Eagles, and Cowboys, have the top 5 toughest schedules based on last year's win percentage. And at the bottom end, the easiest schedule goes to the Frisco Niners, followed by the Saints, Patriots, Titans, and Panthers. Now, a lot of this, too, is based on who your crossovers are against.
Yes.
Which is why you typically will see a lot of the divisional teams near the top. Like you see the NFC East and the NFC Central. A lot of their teams are at the top, and at the bottom you have, it's actually kind of a hodgepodge of teams, but there's a couple NFC West teams down there. But yeah, it depends on who your crossovers are against. The Chiefs are coming in at, looks like number 10 in terms of toughest schedule this year. And right at the cut line, the Raiders are at 50-50, and the Rams are right behind them at 491. So there's your toughest schedules.
Yeah, and how many of these, of course, will turn into not as tough because teams take a step back, and then how many will get harder because there will be surprise teams. Like last year, we had many surprise teams that made it into the, well, as always, John, it's like half of the teams that made the playoffs one year miss it. And then, that means you have a bunch of new playoff teams as well.
Exactly. There was a little bit of movement today. Well, I shouldn't say movement, but conversation regarding the college football playoff format, because the ACC is having their spring meetings this week. And the commissioner of the ACC, Jim Phillips, because remember, they're one of the not cool kids. They're only one of the twos in the 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1.
Yes.
Proposed by the Big Ten and backed by the SEC. Jim Phillips said today on that proposed format, quote, "I remain steadfast about fairness in the system and access. Out of respect for my colleagues, I want to hold off on commenting about AQs, automatic qualifiers, and specific models." But Ross Dellinger spoke to a few people who were at the ACC meetings who were a little bit more open with their comments. According to one athletic director in the ACC, quote, "No one likes it."
Oh, interesting.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah. That's a surprise.
Dave Doran, the NC State head coach, said, "We are fighting for our spots. We believe we deserve 3 automatic qualifiers." So instead of saying, "No, this is a terrible idea," the ACC says, "No, we should get a third." Nice. So make it a 4-4-3-2-2-1-1-1-1-1 or something like that.
Yeah.
Mario Cristobal, maybe with the quote of the day, Miami's head coach, "Granting spots, that makes 0 sense. Football has never been about grifting or gifting." Maybe grifting. Football has never been about gifting. It's about earning. Tip of the cap to you, Mario Cristobal. And Rhett Lashley, the head coach at SMU, used a basketball analogy, citing the SEC's record of 14 teams in the NCAA tournament this past year. Quote, "If we guaranteed spots based on the past, just look at basketball the last 5 years. 6 years ago or so, the SEC gets 3 or 4 teams in, and now this year they get a record. But if this year's NCAA tournament was predicted on 5 years ago, 10 of their schools would have been left out. It's kind of hard to limit the future based on the past."
That is perhaps the best point of this entire discussion, is that sports change year to year to year, and what you think will last for a long time suddenly ends. I mean, yeah. John, it's only like 4 or 5 years ago that we were like, wow, will the power ever move away from Alabama and Clemson? They will always be the most talented and best coached teams. And now look at it. Alabama feels like they're in a weird state. Clemson, I guess, is kind of jumping back up, but they had a down
took
period.
Some time out.
Seemed like Georgia was going to own the sport for years, and they've been really sloppy over the last couple of years. Like, everything can change. One year, like the Big Ten and the SEC for now. One thing I can definitively say is that they will have the most money, which in theory should allow them to build rosters and or coaching staffs at more ease than we see out of the ACC or the Big 12. That's the only thing that I can definitively say, though. Do I think that those leagues will have the better teams? Of course I do. But it's not a definitive, slam dunk. Things happen.
Years happen.
SEC
we did not see last year in the SEC happening.
Exactly. We didn't see Indiana rising up to be 11-1. I don't care about their schedule. I didn't see that happening.
No.
So the sport can change on a whim. All it takes is a couple of, interesting moves or important quarterbacks or injuries, and season to season, it's going to be one way versus the next. And, you and I broke a record on this, but Big Ten and SEC are probably going to get 4 teams each anyway. You don't need to codify it.
If you already believe you're the best, that the committee is going to follow suit, and the math has been done. I mean, if this 12-team format had been in play the last decade, the Big Ten would have averaged a little over 4 teams. The SEC would have averaged a little over 4 teams, and everyone else would have, fit in, thusly.
Yeah.
So why put it out there? Now we know why they want to do it. They want to do it because they want their quota bowls. So because they're afraid that their conference championship games are meaningless, and they want that revenue. So instead, we'll replace 1 championship game with 2 quota bowls. And that's the real reason why they wanted. Well, they want the automatic access, but they also want something that they can sell to their television partners and say, well, look at this. Look at what we got here. It's third place versus sixth place. It's what college football's always been based on. Third place versus sixth place.
I love third
Fourth place
place
versus fifth place.
I love.
Oh, what a wonderful day.
I've always loved those matchups, John. Don't put it on the internet otherwise.
Yeah.
I've always loved those matchups. At least you got some people pushing back, but as always, I wonder if they're pushing back a little too late. A little too late in the process.
I hope they hope more people shove a little bit more, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But that's a little bit of what has been happening around the football world. Let's hit the refresh here.
I did just see one, John. I did just see something.
Oh, we're up to 65.1% of the schedule has been leaked.
Yeah, a report just
Leak
came out from that account, Aussie NFL, that the Arizona Cardinals are going to play the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football in Week 9.
Oh, congrats.
That's exciting. Dallas loses in Arizona way too often for my liking.
Yeah.
Not a fan of going to Arizona. It reminds me of Jerry Maguire.
According to ProGrid, it's a Dallas home game.
Is it?
I think.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a Dallas home game.
Well, I mean, it's John's made-up website.
It was a home game in Dallas in 2021, but it was a road game in.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, they're not playing the NFC West. This is the division. Never mind. Ignore me. Awesome home game. I don't hate this as much anymore.
Oh, congrats. How do they do at home?
Shut up, Kyler Murray. I hope you suck.
They don't do well there either.
They used to. They won 16 games in a row at home a couple years ago.
That was a couple years ago, Josh.
God.
And then they lost everything last year.
They did lose everything.
Well, you have that new receiver now. Maybe he won't get blinded by the sun. Ah!
They lost 10 games.
Yeah,
last
doubt
year.
it.
That's not everything. It's just
I
10.
doubt it.
Oh, thank you to Joey. The Chargers are playing at the Cowboys in Week 16. Harbaugh coming to Dallas. Can we just kidnap him and keep him as our coach?
So are you going to be conflicted on that game then?
No, I just want to kidnap him. As a joke. As a joke.
Coming up
next. It'd be a
next.
joke to kidnap him?
That's a joke.
Coming up next, we're going to talk with Marty Cordero, President C. We got a big week coming up for great promotions
Oh, I love great promotions.
at the Omaha Storm Chasers, including Star Wars Night.
Oh,
And
Andor.
And we have a glimpse at some win totals.
Wind
And-
totals?
Win.
I thought we were talking about the spring again.
Win
Didn't like that.
totals. And Bill Conley will join us of ESPN.com.
Hmm.
So all that and a whole lot more right here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. Well, it was a little bit of a rocky start to the season, but the Chasers, winners of 4 of their last 5, are home this week. They're in the midst of a 6-game series against Columbus, which continues tonight with Bark in the Park and our good friend, President C, Marty Cordero of the Omaha Storm Chasers, joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino hotline. President C, how are things? The weather has been great for baseball this week.
John B., it's great to be back on the air talking baseball when it is great weather. You're right. It is May the 14th, and we're excited to be in a beginning of a 4-week stretch of baseball at Warner Park.
President C, I'm here. Josh P is here as well.
Hey, Josh P.
Let me ask you this before we get into a lot of the fun things that you got going on. How many times a day are you getting asked about Cags and if he's going to make an appearance at the beloved Warner Park?
Not as much this week. But I would tell you,
this week.
Last week it was quite a lot. He had that, I don't know, week, 7 to 10 day stretch he was crushing. And, look, we were prepared. And we know that we'll get, it's generally with these top prospects, it's generally like a 48 to 72 hours notice. There is a plan in place. So, you can coordinate media and, coordinate his personal side of travel. And generally they'll start them first day of a home series, homestand. And so in that case, with the new modern era of minor league baseball, that's always going to be a Tuesday night. So, we're prepared. We're prepared for it. We didn't think it would be last night. I'm hoping it'll be, one of the next 2, which would be May 27 or June 3rd. But I don't get much input or opportunity to provide feedback on what I think on the player side of things. But do I think it would be neat to have Jack here in the next 2 or 3 weeks? Yes, I think it's probably more realistic. It's over the next month or 2, but we're excited. We're excited about it, to add that bat to this lineup and all the returning players from 2024's championship team. That would be exciting.
I think great time for it would be the middle of June when you have a handful of games during a certain event that happens in Omaha. And if Florida were to happen to make that event, man, what a nice little double dip that could be for some Gator fans that might be in town for some reason or another. But either way, I'd look forward. It's going to happen at some point. It should be exciting when it does happen. Just like what is happening, what we can guarantee, we're kind of getting right into the thick of the promotional schedule now. And a lot of exciting stuff. I mentioned Bark in the Park is coming up tonight. $3 Thursdays, of course, that's been a tradition. But Star Wars night, gee, I wonder why this is on the calendar. It seems to be an annual thing, but that's coming up on Friday.
It is, and we wanted to do it and not be in conflict with as many other Star Wars events that happen, the first weekend in May. So this is the first time we've done it separate from May 4th in quite some time. And, we're excited about it. There'll be a number of characters that'll be here. And, with the season finale and should I say series finale last night of Andor coming out, it's really good timing. But yes, the geek in me, the nerd in me is still here. And I'm excited about it. And it'll be our second fireworks show of the year. And then a great ring giveaway. The Pepsi championship rings will be given away to the first 1,000 on Saturday night, and sitting here looking at it, and it's about the same weight as the real rings we got. So it's a great replica, and it really looks nice. Our promotions team, Katie and Alvin, did a nice job with the design of it. So hey, it's a lot of stuff happening, and the Guardians AAA team is here in town. This is a pretty good rivalry with us having beaten them last year in the International League Championship Series. Right. So we got off to a good start last night, winning 9-1.
Marty, who is the Andor character that people most dress up as at the ballpark?
I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know. I think Luthen's pretty cool, but I mean, all you have to do is get a big cape
and a wig,
and there you beat me to it, and a wig. So, but I don't want to give too much away for those that haven't watched Andor yet. What happened with the series, but we'll see. We'll see. Most kids still, though, they dress up as Princess Leia. They dress
Sure.
up as Darth Vader, and the real cool ones dress up as Boba Fett. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of
Nice.
fun.
Talking with Marty Cordero, the president of the Omaha Storm Chasers. They're in town this week against Columbus. Then after a road trip to Salt Lake, they'll be back against St. Paul at the end of the month, and there's going to be a lot of other great things, including Fireworks Fridays are back. And I mentioned the weather. I mean, it feels almost like the 4th of July out there right now. Have we noticed a little bit of a bump? I know it was only last night since you came back home, but have we noticed a little bump now that the weather's getting warmer? Because it seems like for a lot of people, baseball doesn't start until the weather gets warm.
Yeah, this year was a little tough. Last year we had the warmest April weather we had since the 2012, our second season here. So, last year was pretty good up until the terrible tornado weekend. But this year was tough. This year was cold, whether you were trying to play in it or whether you're trying to sell tickets in it. But yes, our pre-sales this series are obviously better than the previous one, and pre-sales, for the one and, after the state baseball tournament next week, the pre-sales for 2 weeks from now are big, and so on and so forth. So we're gearing up for an exciting and fun 2025 season. And, we got a lot of neat new promotions coming out. I don't know a lot about Bluey, but if there are parents out there that their kids watch Bluey and you want to come meet Bluey, and then we're bringing bingo in, that's on June 6th. The only reason I'm bringing it up because that's quite a while. I can't even talk today. It is a way away. I'll stop. It's June 6th. It's a long time.
It's a few weeks away.
Yeah, it's a few weeks away. But tickets are going very quickly. The VIP pregame meet and greet did sell out a couple weeks ago, but you'll still be able to meet Blue and Bingo during the game. And some teams from other markets were telling me parents and families would drive from 2 and 3 hours away. So we'll see. We'll see once Bluey and Bingo descend on Warner Park how that crazy night is.
Isn't it interesting, Marty, when you just reach a certain age with the kids where it's like, I don't even know what the kids' things are anymore. You have no idea about Bluey. I certainly have no idea about Bluey. I don't know what anything is going on with that age group anymore.
Yeah. Our youngest to be a senior in high school next year, and so
out of the Bluey demo
age, and we're not quite to the grandparent era yet. So yeah, but we'll see. These things are cool, and we're bringing back first time we've done Harry Potter since 2018 or 2019. That'll be later this season. So yeah, some new things for the fans to enjoy.
Royals are doing well at the big league level, even though the offense has been a little bit off. You guys, like I said, after a slow start, won 4 out of the last 5. What have you made of this first, we'll call it 1 quarter of the season so far?
Yeah, look, the Royals started. It was difficult. It was a difficult first 3 weeks of the season, and of course, anytime teams get off to bad starts, people start to panic. But it's still somewhat of a young squad, especially offensively, and that pitching staff, specifically the starting staff. That's the veteran core, and it kind of, they bridged, that period of time when the bullpen struggled a little bit early, the offense struggled. But I mean, you look at what they've done the last 3 weeks. They're right there. The season ended. Obviously, it's not going to end in May, but if it did, they're in the wild card. So it could be set up for another exciting season at the K down in Kansas City, and I know they're celebrating, some anniversaries this weekend with the Cardinals in town and celebrating the World Series team. So it's set up to be a fun run there. There are a lot of talented players in the minors, and we'll see what happens the rest of the way here at the AAA level. And there's a lot of good players here. John Rave, Cam Devaney. We could go down the list, but we wish the Royals well as far as health and performance, and that helps us with our team here in Omaha as well.
So, again, we got a lot of great promotions. Tonight it's Bark in the Park, Mental Health Awareness Night, $3 Thursdays. Tomorrow, Star Wars Night on Friday. The Ring Championship Ring giveaway, the replica ring giveaway is Saturday, and a Family Fun Day on Sunday. Pretty much every day, every home game the rest of the way has a promotion tied to it, right?
It does. Yeah, pretty much the rest of the year. And, and new on Tuesdays, and that was last night, but we've partnered with Neighbor Good. It is a community pantry right here in Papillion, and Conagra Brands has stepped up So canned food canned food days used to be on Sunday. It's now Tuesday. So for those fans out there that haven't come out yet, it's good information to put out there. So every day there's something. And if you do plan on bringing your dog, you can go to omahastormchasers.com and you can pre-register your furry friend. And that way it cuts down on the time you spend in line, checking in here at the ballpark each and every Wednesday night, not only for baseball, but also for soccer this year on Wednesday night games.
Get out there. The weather is perfect for baseball. Enjoy a beautiful night at the ballpark at Werner Park. Check out omahastormchasers.com. President C, thanks again. Best wishes on successfully executing another Star Wars week, and hopefully you're not too short to be a stormtrooper.
Well, I probably am, but I'll still try anyway. But look, I appreciate being on. Don't be strangers, guys. Come on out. I know the month of June is going to be here for you guys, but if you get some time here in the next couple weeks, come out, check out a game, and we'll grab a hot dog.
Awesome. Sounds great.
Thanks,
Thanks, Marty.
All right, guys, take care.
Marty Cordero on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. And of course, you can catch the games on our sister station, 1180 The Zone. When we continue, we've got win totals.
Win totals.
Yep. Win
40
totals.
miles an hour. I mean, it was
not wind.
Oh.
Wow, you're so weather-pilled.
I am.
And Bill Connolly will
boy.
join us. And I'm sure we'll talk about meteorological events with Bill Connolly as well.
Awesome.
Of ESPN.com. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for WhatMakesUs.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners. We just mentioned it there towards the end of the interview with Marty Cordero. Mental Health Awareness Night coming up at the ballpark, and that is because it is Mental Health Awareness Month. And even if you are out there listening, you might not have a mental health condition yourself. It matters to all of us because so many folks in our lives, sadly, they don't seek treatment because of the stigma that comes with it, which is the reason that I wanted to talk about this as often as I could throughout the month of May. Treatable medical conditions. People with mental health conditions do lead full, happy, active lives. So many different ways that you can handle that, to manage, to treat it, exercise, yoga, or maybe things like therapy, which I go to once a month, medication, other options as well. You can go to whatmakesus.com for more information. You can hear stories from others in the Omaha metro area, and you can submit a photo of how you focus yourself on well-being and practice self-care at 1620thezone.com. Again, it's whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners.
Don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Mo Money giveaway. Enter now at 1620thezone.com with Saul's Jewelry and Loan in 1620 The Zone. Update on the leak flash.
Where are we at now?
We're now up to, rounded up, 69% of the schedule is leaked.
Nice. Well, good thing.
187 games with only 85 games remaining. Yeah, we're definitely going to go over 77%.
Do you think so? I mean, things could slow down a little bit, John.
I don't think so. I mean, we're averaging
slow
about
down.
3 or 4 new games every 15 minutes.
Guess
so
that's true.
We're getting there.
I
We're
like it.
getting there.
This is a great day. It's a great day for America. I have a quick little NFL scheduling take for you, John, if you don't mind, before we get to the other thing we're doing. I think more than ever, Roger Goodell has decided that he wants to set every ratings record imaginable. Normally, the NFL puts, it's not that they put slop in front of us in openers or holidays, but they can kind of just do whatever they want to do, right? Remember a few years ago when the Chiefs played the Lions and everyone was like, wow, that's interesting. They're almost trying to create the Lions brand because they know that everyone will be tuning in because it's the opener. And it actually did a pretty good number. But this year it's Cowboys-Eagles. You know, they're going for America's team, obviously the Dallas Cowboys, against the defending champs. They're putting Patrick Mahomes on Thanksgiving against the aforementioned Cowboys. They're putting the Cowboys on Christmas. They're moving all of these huge games into these very specific spots. And so I think, and including Christmas Day, and we've been talking about how they want to go up against the NBA or the college football playoff, and they want to absolutely dominate. I think their goal is to eviscerate everything.
Oh.
And I think that they're going to do a pretty good job.
I just want to tear it all down.
I think that they will. The Thanksgiving Cowboys-Chiefs game will probably be the most watched regular season game in the history of the sport. I'm guessing that the opener will be among the most watched, if not the most watched openers of all time. I'm guessing the Christmas Day games will surpass last year's Christmas games, and on and on and on it goes. So that's my little NFL schedule take for you.
So you think it's killing football?
It's not. Why would it be killing football?
I think it's because they're eviscerating it. They're moving all the big games to times when people aren't going to watch.
No, they're moving it to the times where people will watch.
During Christmas, though? Like, you said it yourself, Christmas isn't for watching big games. It's for checking in on the score while you're hanging out with your family.
That's what I want to do on Christmas.
But I think you're not alone in that.
Well, the good news is the Cowboys will be mathematically eliminated, and you won't have to worry about it. You won't be stressed.
But no, Nick, you misunderstood what I'm saying. They want to set records, and they're going to set records. This
year.
And
I think the reason why they want to do it is because I believe here in the next year or two there is an opt-out that the NFL has in its TV contracts. And if they are setting ratings records, that means they can pull the contracts and say, I think we'd like to renegotiate for an even higher fee.
Yeah.
So I think there might be some validity to what you're saying because this is the opportunity to strike. Right now, if you look at it, pretty much everybody is locked in now. You know, the NHL just started a new deal. The NBA is starting a new deal next year. All the college football deals kicked in either last year or the year before that. So right now we're in kind of a dead period for TV rights negotiating of major sports. And so what you want to do is make sure that you're the one thing on the market so you're not competing with anybody else. And if the NFL has the opportunity to do that, while they're setting a bunch of records, they can continue to jack up the price. And the networks will want to pay it because it's the only sport in which every network has some stake in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed.
We have some win totals.
Awesome.
From the Circus Sports.
Oh, I remember them. Nick, do you remember them?
I remember them well.
These are the Big Ten regular season win totals via Circa Sports. Not surprisingly, well, maybe a little surprisingly, Penn State is not number one.
I would say that is a tiny bit surprising, yes.
They only have a win total of 10, while Ohio State and Oregon each are at 10.5.
Nice.
Then comes Indiana and Michigan at 8.5.
Wow, that is fascinating that Indiana is that high. That's saying Vegas is bullish on them having a real good second season under 6. Real good second season.
And then you've got a whole bunch of teams sitting at 7.5 wins, including Washington, Illinois. That's going to be a popular overpick. Iowa, USC, and Nebraska. So Nebraska's in the 7.5 win total category. And famously, the under, what was the total? What was the closing total last year?
7.5.
Yeah. And so Nebraska's hit the under every year since 2016.
It's like us in the crossover. A lot of unders, and usually they cash pretty early on in the season.
The rest of the list: Minnesota 6.5, Michigan State 5.5, Rutgers, UCLA, Wisconsin 5.5, Maryland 4.5, Northwestern 4, and putrid Purdue 3.
Jeff texts in.
Win total.
For how much Illinois is being talked about, that win total feels low. Yeah, Illinois has been getting a lot of gas.
It does.
A lot of gas from people, and yet the odds here tell us that they will be much closer to a middle-of-the-pack Big Ten team than an actual playoff contender, let alone a Big Ten contender. Headley says Indiana at 8.5 is crazy. It is bonkers that is some healthy respect. And I know what they did last year, but I just thought, John, that they kind of caught lightning in a bottle. This is saying that they didn't really catch lightning in a bottle and that they're still going to be a team to contend with. I mean, imagine if they finished again in the top 4. They'd be a playoff team most likely for the second straight year. I don't think that's going to be the case, but wow, that's pretty nuts.
Indiana's schedule.
Yeah.
Wow. Woof.
It's pretty bad early, right?
Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State.
Yeah, that's an F. That's an F, John, if we were grading their non-con.
Then it's Illinois, at Iowa, bye week, at Oregon, Michigan State, UCLA, at Maryland, at Penn State, Wisconsin.
That's tough.
Then the second idle week. Their idle week is coming right before the final regular season game. So they got a pretty good stretch there from the middle of October to the middle of November.
Yeah.
Then they get the idle week. Then they play the the Oaken tree limb,
old
whatever
Oaken bucket, John.
Whatever stupid trophy.
John, you
game.
can't say you miss the traditions of college football and then not celebrate one like the old Oaken.
Yeah, but
bucket.
I don't celebrate the stupid Big Ten trophies. They're stupid.
Okay.
But anyway, that's the last game. So that's what you're banking on. Of course, you got 3 gimmies in the non-con. Illinois, Oregon, Penn State. I mean, those are your 3 super, I don't know, super tough, but certainly ones that stand out. Iowa stands out. Wisconsin, they get at home, and we don't think Wisconsin's going to be that good. So, I don't know. That's an interesting number. I am surprised, though, that Illinois number is where it is. I thought it would be a little bit higher. I thought they would be – I would figure they would at least go for 8.
I thought they'd be in the Indiana range, honestly.
Yeah. And then before we go to break and bring on Bill Conley, check out the Big 12 win totals. Everyone is within 3.5 wins of each other.
That is nuts.
Arizona
Wow.
State, Kansas State, and Texas Tech are at 8.5. Baylor, BYU, Iowa State, Kansas, and Utah are at 7.5. Houston and TCU are at 6.5. Cincinnati and Coach Prime are at 6. Arizona, UCF is 5.5. Oklahoma State and West Virginia are 5. They're all within 3.5 wins of each other.
This is why I think it's more exciting to watch Big 12 football.
It's not a bad take, Nick. It's a fun conference.
It is a fun conference. What this is they're not super confident on who's going to be great, and the bottom's not going to be that bad.
No. A lot of potential playoff participants. Arizona State is bringing back a ton of players. A ton of production is returning.
And Texas Tech loaded up.
And Texas Tech spent a lot of money in the portal.
So there's some win totals courtesy of Circa Sports. Coming up next, Bill Conley will join us of ESPN.com. We'll have more on college football.
Nice.
Coming up next on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the Grum on Sportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, ZoneTV.live, and a copious number of other places you can find us. Only one place you can find Bill Conley in the printed word, and that's on ESPN.com, and he joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino hotline. Bill, good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Excellent.
Not bad. We are watching all the schedule leaks, and of course, we've gotten some TV times announced for some college games this week. I'm surprised we haven't heard more on that. Maybe that'll be coming later this week.
I've been staring at schedules for a few weeks now as I've been doing my roster updates. So I'm ready. This is not new. I'm ready to go here.
Bill, as we were chatting a little bit, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, you're currently writing a book, but you're writing a book at a very specific moment in time in college sports and college football history. But yeah, we don't exactly know where things are going. How stressful is your life right now? Because have you passed the date where this thing needed to be done?
Yeah, it's officially out of my hands.
Oh, no.
On Monday, it was out of my hands. So anything stupid that happens from this point forward, it's basically how do we get here? Where are we going with college football? That's the general premise. And so there's a playoff chapter that basically ends with at press time. We didn't know what was going to be the next playoff expansion, and then there's the player payment chapter that's like at press time there were the House settlement was probably going to go through but hadn't yet. It was really, really annoying throughout April coming to realize that the things that were supposed to be taken care of aren't going to be taken care of. So that was stressful. Now it is completely out of my hands. I've accepted that 2 little parts are going to be outdated and the other 99% of the book's going to be pretty good.
What are the other 99.1% of the book?
So this was the most me book I could possibly write. Actually, probably not, because I didn't really go down the stats road all that much. But it's basically I tried to, with all the different changes going on in the sport right now. I started to realize over time that I was struggling to kind of create the vision that I wanted for the sport moving forward. There are too many moving pieces, and they were kind of taking the sport in opposite directions. I thought, the player rights, advancements in that regard, and player payment, that was great. But then you have the exacerbated haves versus have-nots thing. You have all these other things that are pulling the sport in a different direction. I just wanted to separate them out. So basically, it's 10 chapters, basically 10 essays. One on realignment, one on television, one on paying players, just trying to take all the different topics of the day, separate them out a little bit, and try as hard as I could to spin things forward in a semi-creative and useful way.
So, Bill, along those lines, like that's something John and I talk about all the time, or all these things, and how much it is or isn't frustrating us. Like, do you feel like you are being pushed away by the sport, or and I guess maybe the follow-up would be, how do you still feel about the Saturdays in the fall? Because I know, as annoying as a lot of the stuff is right now, I'm also like, yeah, but September, whatever, is going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, that was it with everybody I talked to, which was obviously, at least, a lot of writers and whatnot, friends that I've made in the profession. It's all basically the same thing. Like, this all stinks. I fear where things are headed, and Saturdays are perfect. We keep trying to screw Saturdays up, and we have not yet figured out how to screw Saturdays up. So I'd love to be more principled and say, like, if this or this or this happens, I don't know, I might, but I'm apparently unprincipled, because as much as I complain, I'm still here, and the Saturdays are every bit as fun as they have been. So yeah, I'm a hypocrite in that regard, I think, but I think a lot of us are.
Bill Conley of ESPN.com joining us. How much would the current conversation of the Big Tens 4-4, 2-2, 1-1, 1-1, how much would that, the conference quotas, the 3rd and 4th place games, what do you think that would do to our Saturdays?
Well, I mean, I could be being a hypocrite all over again. First time we have an amazing 3 versus 6 game, then hey, it would feel it's all worth it now. But when we were talking about expansion to 12 teams, one of the people who were kind of the expansion skeptics were saying, this is going to ruin the regular season, the integrity of the regular season. These games won't matter anymore, and so on. And I wasn't ever really worried about that, because it was pretty clear to me that, yeah, like one or two games are going to be diminished in importance. I guess you could use Ohio State and Michigan as an example for that. It still felt like an existential crisis in Columbus for a few weeks, but in the end, it didn't prevent them from playing for in the playoff, playing for the national title and all that. So, yeah, a couple games were diminished in that regard. And then so many others ended up mattering a ton. Arizona State, BYU, that crazy, weird double field rush nonsense game was super important to the playoff. And it almost, what the team that won that game almost reached the semifinals of the playoff. So all that stuff I was great with. Like that, it all played out exactly like I wanted. But if you want to run the integrity of the regular season, have 8-4 Iowa beat 11-1 Indiana in the championship week 3 versus 6 or whatever game, and knock Indiana out of the playoff after they were demonstrably better than Indiana than Iowa the rest of the year. That's the kind of stuff that it takes us down a really weird road here. And I don't even mind, when the Big Ten did the thing during the COVID season where everybody played on championship Saturday and the pairings were announced based kind of loosely on standings. I kind of liked that.
Yeah, same.
I just don't want them to have auto bids. Like, have the championship game be the championship game, and that's the winner automatically gets in. Otherwise, just play those games and make it interesting, and they'll have playoff stakes. And I just hate the auto bid system overall.
So then, Bill, I'm wondering what you've thought of the last 24 hours, as there have been quotes, and a lot of them on the record from a bunch of your colleagues in the national media, from coaches and folks inside of the sport about the auto qualifiers. It seems like non-Big Ten SEC schools, and obviously the leagues themselves, are very much against this. Is this going to mean anything, or is this just kind of a too late to get the frustration out?
Yeah, I can't really tell. I mean, the only weapon we have right now is shame. If Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey want it, it happens because they somehow managed to negotiate themselves as like the final arbiters of everything last year. So it's out of everybody else's hands. I did think it was funny as I was reading, I think it was Ross Dellinger's piece today, talking about, ACC coaches rebelling against the idea. Some of them were saying it was stupid. And then Dave Doran's like, hey, we need 3 bids. Like, no, that's not what we're talking about right now, Dave. Let's settle down here. But no, I just, it's all setting up for those, that automatic bid Saturday with lots of spots on the line and everything. And I just, that's overthinking, among other things. Play games that day. That's great. Have playoff stakes. You're not going to get any more bids in a 16-team playoff than you already would. It just makes it feel like you're going out of your way to make it look rigged when you would do just fine with a straight 16 teams, 5 or 6 conference champions approach. It'd be just fine, but they're not going to do that apparently.
Bill Conley, whose book will be coming out soon from ESPN.com. Bill, let's talk about some of the stuff on the field, because you just recently helped pen a column for ESPN rating all the Power 4 conference teams after their off seasons. Around these parts, there's a muted buzz at best about Nebraska and Dylan Raiola for Matt Rule's year 3. Do you think the nation will need to be buzzing about Raiola at the end of the year if Nebraska is going to take that traditional Matt Rule third-year jump?
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like we're on kind of pace for what Matt Rule tends to do. And I so any optimism I have for Nebraska, I think, is based around him as much as it is Raiola. I'm really curious about the new receiving corps, getting Dane Key, getting at least a couple of transfers in there. We'll see if he has what he needs. We see if he can develop. The offensive line seems pretty experienced. So yeah, I mean, I think there's reason. When I say reason for optimism, I'm not quite sure what I mean. A number of Big Ten teams could kind of gear up and win some close games and try to get to 10-2 and snare a playoff bid this fall. I think Nebraska might be one of those, but that's still a few steps further down the road. I just think they're going to be better this year than they were last year, and last year they were better than they were the year before. So it's in that sense, I do think there's a lot of reason for optimism. I'm just curious how much improvement they can pull off this third year.
Hey, Bill, speaking of transfers, I'm wondering, as we've gotten further down this rabbit hole of portal and of rosters like being made over like they are now, do you feel like you've gotten better and better over the last few years at trying to figure out how to kind of balance returning homegrown production, if you will, versus, a Dane Key coming in, he has college production, but obviously not at Nebraska. How do you feel like you're wrapping your arms around those types of things?
Yeah, I still want to take a deep dive at some point now that the book's off the table. I want to take a deeper dive into kind of what are the differences, because I mean what I've always done here, and I know I've mentioned this on this show before, is take basically any production from wherever you had it last year is returning production for your new team this year. So Dane Keats' production just gets plugged into that formula, and it works relatively well. Like I think the teams that have so many transfers are more volatile. Like if it does a pretty good job of projecting what those teams are going to do, but the misses might be a little bigger when you do miss. And so still trying to work on kind of those outliers to whatever degree. There was no projection system in the world that was going to tell you Indiana was going to be awesome last year.
Yeah.
But just on average, I think it still does a pretty good job, and I'm just going to keep fiddling away with making it better. It is pretty incredible the how much longer it takes me now to keep up with rosters and update rosters. It was probably 5-10 years ago. It was probably when I would do my roster scrub in the fall, in the spring for returning production, it was probably 20 to 30 minutes per team. Now it's probably an hour 15. There's more teams.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty crazy haul here, but it's a lot of data that I have now. I have a lot of data from transfer years, and eventually, in theory, we'll keep getting a little better at projecting this stuff.
Bill Conley, ESPN.com, on the Prairie Flower Casino hotline. We were just talking a moment ago because a few of the books now have win totals out, and we were talking about Illinois a moment ago, and Illinois is kind of the sexy pick to be the Indiana of 2025, even though Indiana literally came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
This one would at least be a little bit expected, but their win total was only sitting at 7.5, which kind of leads me to think there's still a lot of people that still don't believe, because of the history of Illinois, that they could be that team. Is that what you think might be standing in their way this year if they are to take that jump and maybe be that fourth Big Ten team in the playoff?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if history is the reason a lot of people would be betting against them, because that's the way the sport loosely works.
Yeah.
Is the teams that come out of nowhere that are good but weren't historically good, they don't stay good as long. I have my own reasons for doubting Illinois, and that's because they were ridiculously lucky in close games last season. And I think they very much fit the model of a team that will be better in 2025 with a worse record. You think about the Rutgers game, for example, where they're lining up for a field goal they were guaranteed to miss into the wind. Rutgers calls the timeout, so they go for it instead and score a touchdown with 5 seconds left or whatever. They got some breaks last year, and they were clearly an improved team. It's going to be real hard to pull off that same amount of good fortune this year, though. It doesn't usually work like that.
Bill, when you're looking at the top of the sport right now, I guess I wonder what you see, because, gosh, I mean, we're only a few years removed from, as John and I talked about earlier, like Alabama and Clemson seeming like the class of the sport. It seemed like Georgia was going to take that baton. And now I kind of, we're 3.5 months away, and I'm like, I still don't really know who to think is even the best in the sport right now. I know that there's Penn State, right? And everyone's excited about Texas too, and Georgia does have a lot of talent. But what do you see at the top of the sport?
Yeah, I think I do see a little bit more distribution at top. Like, we can talk about what its competitive balance mean. Nick Saban's been saying the words competitive balance a lot recently, and I'm not completely sure what he means by it. It's probably something different than I would mean. But I do think that the overall top 15 is closer right now than it was 5 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever. Like, looking at the February SP Plus projections that I put out, I'll be putting out updates, I think, next week. I never get all the rosters updated. But Ohio State's going to start out number 1. That makes perfect sense. I mean, they were really good. They have 2 of the best, probably 5 players in the country. Like, that all makes perfect sense to me, but they're not all that. They're only about a touchdown ahead of, in the February, they were only about a touchdown ahead of number 8, Tennessee. Tennessee is not really that far away from the teens. So, yeah, I think it's a good time to have a big playoff on our hands, because there isn't a clear best team in the country right now. And that's fun. The playoff was pretty fun last year, especially after the first round. And I would assume we're going to have some pretty interesting tight games this time around too, because the talent levels really have been. You've had Georgia, who still recruits absurdly well, but they haven't really mastered the portal. They haven't gotten a ton of difference makers in the portal, whereas other teams that recruit well have. And I think just little things like that have started to add up, and you can talk yourself into quite a few different teams being a potential number 1.
Bill, can that translate into somebody outside of the SEC or Big Ten making a run this year? Do you see a couple of teams out there from the ACC or the Big 12 that, okay, these might be the ones that could, challenge these top two?
Well, I mean, Big 12, it's my favorite conference in the world. It's never going to produce a national title winner, I don't think, just because the reason it's my favorite is because there are 12 teams with the exact same amount of talent, and whoever goes 7-1 in close games wins the conference. It's a blast to watch, but I don't think there's ever going to be more than like top 15 level talent from one of those teams. So really, when you're asking that, we're talking about Clemson, Florida State, Miami, the teams that can really put together top 10 level rosters. Obviously, people are talking about Clemson a ton this year. I am not nearly as high as some of my colleagues on in terms of what Clemson might be capable of. I think Mark Schlabel had them number 2 in his latest preseason rankings. I think there are going to be some number 1s out there. I just don't see that, but I do think that we're going to learn a lot about Clemson's ceiling this year. I think they might have big play capabilities again. They didn't really show it last year until like 2 quarters of the Texas game, but it was there. We did see it. They made an upgrade, I think, at defensive coordinator. They're going to have the defensive line talent. So I definitely think this is a top 10 Clemson team, and maybe that means they're only a couple breaks away from a big run. I just don't think I see the depth and the proven kind of explosiveness of, Ohio State, Georgia, et cetera.
Bill, as you mentioned, your book is now out of your hands. What is the timetable? When will we be able to get our hands on it?
Well, I mean, technically, I can flip you a PDF at some point if you want. But
Hello.
If we're talking about the general public,
the general public
is going to be the release date. Just start off the football season with a fun book about football. That seems to be a pretty good date for a football book.
Awesome.
Bill Conley, ESPN.com. Well, Bill, we'll let you get back to it. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's going to be some TV schedule leaks. We're tracking all the NFL stuff right now. It's amazing how this league, I mean, over 70% of the games have now been leaked. It's like, what are we even doing anymore? And I still don't know why we don't either televise the TV draft or do something similar to where there is a program like tonight, for example, where, like the first 4 weeks of the college schedule are announced. I'm guessing there'd be some hardcores that would watch that.
I think if we've learned anything in the previous 100 years is that people will watch it.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Bill, thanks for the time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill Conley of ESPN.com. We are now up to
What's the number?
70% of the schedule has been leaked.
I think the under is still looking like a good bet. It's only
we
4
got
or 5.
2 hours of the show left. 2 hours.
2 hours flies by.
I think
we've already
I think
jumped
we're gonna get
10% in the first 2 hours of this show.
Yeah, but that was earlier in the day, John. That was earlier in the day.
Well, the closer we get to it, the teams right now that aren't leaking very much are the Browns. We only have 5 of their games leaked. The Titans and the Ravens, only 6 of their games leaked.
Okay.
And let's see. Houston and Pittsburgh with 7. Those are the teams on the low end. We have the entire schedules for the Bills, Dolphins, Chiefs, Broncos, Eagles, Giants, Commanders, Vikings, and Rams.
We got the Eagles sketch.
Wow, we have a lot of
the whole Eagles schedule. There's a lot of colors on here, which means they've got a lot of interesting games. So let's see. The Eagles bye will be basically right in the middle of the season, week 9.
Okay.
They are going to – got to scroll up here so I can get my color coding proper. They're going to have a Monday night game at Green Bay in week 10. Then followed by a Sunday night game hosting Detroit. Then they will travel to Dallas for a late afternoon kickoff. They will play Black Friday. They will play Black Friday against the Bears. Then they will have a Monday night game against the Chargers. That's week 14.
Okay.
They also, and they will not face Washington. Remember, they're playing Washington on that Saturday when the NFL gives the big middle finger to college football. They're going to play the third Saturday in December third Saturday in December, and then they'll play them in the final week of the regular season. So the NFC Championship rematch won't happen until week 16, and then we're going to get it in week 16 and week 18.
I don't like it when that happens, man. I don't like it when we have such short amount of time between, especially, I mean, rivalries, obviously, or division matchups. Not a fan of that.
Yeah, I don't know why it has to be that way.
Not a fan of that. By the way, Ross emails in, our resident Ohio State Buckeyes fan. Ross, Buckeyes repeating.
Oh,
And he adds, I wouldn't want to play them at the end of the year, unless you're Michigan. Loaded roster, more talented across the board than last year, just need a few things to come together. Now, I'll say this for Ross. Ross did say Ohio State would win the championship last year.
he did.
So he's right.
Okay.
But he also said in 23 and 22 and 21.
Oh.
Every year since Ross he started emailing the show, he says this is the year Ohio State's going to win the title.
A broken clock situation.
Yeah, I would say, like, congrats on nailing it. But, like, I always say the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. And then one of these years, I mean, they won't. But if they did, I'd be like, see, I told you. I told you. So, no, I don't think it's going to be Ohio State. They're replacing a lot of players.
Yes, they are.
Money Chris emails in, of the 5 games leaked so far for the Browns schedule, where do you put the over-under on how many games Sanders will play in? A lot of people, John, are expecting old Shador to maybe be the guy. They're saying he could be the guy.
Who are these people?
I don't know. They're people.
No. I mean, he's literally 5th on the depth chart right
They're
now.
people, John. They're people.
Yeah. Dion, Shiloh,
Nice.
other Dion Jr., the guy who runs the camera.
Nice.
All of those folks. By the way, one more Browns game just got added. I don't know which one, but they're
Another
up to 6
Browns
now.
game has hit the schedule.
Yes. So we're now up to 71.7% of the schedule has been leaked before the big announcement.
I think it's cool.
By the way, did you know that week 3, would you like to guess what week 3 Sunday Night Football is?
Okay.
Week
well,
3.
Is it Browns Steelers?
Sunday Night Football.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
No, it's an even less attractive matchup. Less attractive in the sense that one team is really, really good and the other team is really, really not.
So it's the Browns, and who is also terrible? Titans.
No.
Who is it?
The week 3 Sunday Night Football game, according to progrid.org,
Okay.
is the Kansas City Chiefs
Uh-oh.
at the New York Football Giants.
Oh, that is just gross. Why would they put that game on television?
It's a murder.
I thought we weren't allowed to show snuff films. That's mean. That's mean to America. That's very mean to America.
See, if it wasn't the Chiefs, I was going to ask if this is the most Thursday night football, Sunday night football game ever. But
I mean, that does kind of sound like one.
It's a very
the vibe
Thursday
of
night
one.
on a Sunday night. That's one where Tirico might call in. Tirico might say, rub some more peanuts in my eyes, please, so I don't have to watch this. Let the other guy do it.
That would be awesome.
Bring Jack Collinsworth up here while he's practicing for the NBA. Please, anything.
Put the
Yeah,
peanuts in
week
my eyes.
3, Giants hosting Chiefs. Woof.
Not the best,
Disgusting.
John. Not the best.
At least we don't get week 1 Giants Cowboys for the first time in like 50 years.
We get it week 2, though, John. We get it week 2.
Well, I mean, they do have to play each other.
That's true.
legally.
Yeah, it's as close to week 1 as it can possibly be.
And it is not scheduled for a prime time slot at the moment.
Sadly.
Which
Sadly.
is good. Is
Sadly.
good. The less the Cowboys, the better.
Oh, John, don't believe that.
I think I'm already preemptively exhausted by all the Chiefs fans.
Wow,
Right
you
now.
are pre-triggered?
I think I'm pre-triggered right now.
Wow.
The more we talk about football, the more angry I get at the
So,
thought
Nick,
of what these people are going to be
Will
like.
you be like my wife, and will you be rooting for the Dallas Cowboys on Thanksgiving against the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome, Nick. I welcome all in the audience of unsportsmanlike conduct.
To follow the most bandwagoned team in history?
The team that hasn't won a game of note in 30 years, John. Get over it.
I guess.
Move on, John. It's
No,
time to move
I won't
on.
get over it. It's too good.
It's time to
it's
move
too
on.
glorious. It's too great.
It's time to move on.
By the way, we're now up to 72.8%. The over is going to hit. The over may hit before 5 o'clock.
I don't have to root for the Cowboys, I guess. I always have the option of just pouring battery acid on my eyes.
That's a great point. Or be like Mike Tirico and just rub peanuts in your eyes. I need to get rid of this.
What's up with you guys wanting to pour things in your eyes?
Well, it's either that or watch the Dallas Cowboys.
It's an honor to get to watch the Dallas
Yeah,
Cowboys.
that's true. The last 30 years, it has been my honor.
God, I've hated the last 30 years. They're the absolute worst of all the years.
Occasionally we get some nice emails.
We do?
A little longer emails that we haven't had a chance to answer. So I wanted to answer a couple of these because it's based on some topics
Mail
we
sack.
talked
We're
about.
dipping into the sack?
Going to dip into the sack. And also we have the Jacob Bigelow Memorial offseason topic of the day. And it has to do with the first game of the year, which will be kicking off at 8 o'clock because people on the East Coast have no concept of time. But they make all the schedules. So we'll have some of that. And Dumb Debates is coming up as well.
Nice.
So stick around. Unsportsmanlike Conduct moves forward on 1620 The Zone. course, our email inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank, where we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com and Josh at 1620thezone.com. And, occasionally we'll get some longer emails, which, probably require a little fleshing out.
Do they compliment me?
No. These aren't coming from prison inmates who are looking for a pen pal. We've been talking recently.
Email?
Oh, yeah, they got email. They got everything. Not freedom. There's the conversation that started the week, thanks to Josh writing a column about a certain individual.
Josh, you wrote a column?
I wrote, my column,
that apparently fired up a whole bunch of people. Wanted to read this email from our friend Vince in Napa.
Stop it, Nick.
Napa, California.
This is a serious show.
Guys, even though it's probably against the wishes of some of our fan base, I have no issue whatsoever with you guys addressing the recent comments by Scott Frost. Thank you, Vince.
Thank you, Vince.
It is very clear reflection of how he refuses to take accountability for his failures while at the University of Nebraska as head coach. I would never go as far to say that I am rooting for him to succeed or rooting for him to fail. I will always appreciate his contributions as a player, but when I look at his failures as a head coach at Nebraska, I'm more disappointed than mad. I also don't think that his return to Central Florida is going to be some triumphant one that most people think. Though the Big 12 is not on the same level as the SEC and the Big 10, it is light years ahead of the AAC. Given his track record and close games, that alone would make me skeptical, mainly because attention to details and winning in the margins seem to be optional for Scott Frost-coached teams. That is from Vince. We joked about it. What was it, Monday? About how we're not going to talk about the thing that we're not going to talk about.
Yeah.
I understand why people were angry or frustrated about why are we talking about this guy again? Why aren't we talking about somebody else? That said, I also understand why you wrote the column you did. You basically wrote the column you did based on the conversation we had on this show last week. So it was essentially reflecting back on the interview that he had done with Andrea Adelson of ESPN.com.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know, I'd been ruminating on it all week, and it would have felt weird to be like, hey, John, I have one more thing about it on a Friday. But I was thinking about it Saturday, and I was like, and I'm just going to write a few words down. And that's why we did it, but we did it because there were new words, right? Like that was the first time, I would say that was the first time that he really has spoken about his time in Nebraska, because, and I don't have the column in front of me right now, John, or the write-up, but when he talked with Dennis Dodd, there was like nothing in that one. There was absolutely not, because that was before he even got the job at UCF. So this was the first time since UCF that he has spoken with a national reporter about his time at Nebraska, and he ended up talking a lot about his time at Nebraska. That's why we talked about it, and that's why I wrote about it.
I understand why some people are frustrated, and I think we're going to see a little bit more of this.
Oh, once we get to the season?
Once we get to the season here, A, because it's a more high-profile situation, B, it's certainly more recent, but the world has changed a lot as well. People focused, they were certainly very interested in what Frank Solich was up to when he took the job at Ohio. Same with Bo at Youngstown State. This one, because of the job that he's taking, he's literally going back to the school that launched his career, or launched his head coaching career, and he had his biggest success at. But also because of the fact that he did fail so miserably at Nebraska. And I do sense that there is a lot of people who pushed back at the discussion and pushed back at your column and pushed back at the discussion after your column. I think a lot of some of those people, maybe not all of them, but some of those people are the ones that still have feelings for him, who are like Vince. They're disappointed. They're not mad. There are certainly some people who are just flat out mad and they don't want to see Scott Frost ever come back in the state ever again.
Yeah.
But there are quite a few, because he was an ex-player, maybe because they still feel that he was robbed. Maybe they lend a sympathetic ear towards him because, he didn't have the best support at the administrative level, particularly when Trev Alberts was hired. that they're going to give him more of a pass.
Definitely.
And I think that's where some of that pushback is coming from. But I do understand it because we do tend to get into that mode. You know, occasionally Bo comes back up on this station. We relitigate that all over again.
Even Frank
sometimes even still gets relitigated to a degree. But Frost is certainly going to be relitigated because unlike Bo and Frank, he has not. I mean, Frank took a noticeable step down. He also took a year off. Bo took a noticeable step down. But Frost is still competing at the same theoretical level as Nebraska at a place that he had a lot of success at. And so I do think there's also an element of fear that he will get UCF turned around and have success there. And then it will reflect poorly on Nebraska. Well, see, it's the job, it's the pressure, it's all this, it's that. It's Nebraska failed Scott Frost. Scott Frost didn't fail Nebraska. And I do think that there's a sense of fear in that as well. So it's kind of one of those things where I don't want to talk about it because I don't want to mention the thing that shall not be mentioned.
I think that definitely plays a part of it. I think that Dave brings up a great point here. Have those same sympathetic people tell you their feelings on Trev. It's so interesting. And I was talking about this with, I don't remember who it was, maybe one of my friends yesterday. And we were talking about the feelings of Trev versus Frost from so much of the audience. And it is interesting how Trev turned into Satan essentially overnight for so many people around here. And yet it is not that way with Frost. And the only thing that I guess I could figure out is that Frost was told to leave.
Correct.
And Trev chose
Trev
him.
shocked us.
Yes.
That came out of left field.
That's true as well. Well, as even Frost firing didn't come out of left field. We all knew it was going to happen at some point in time. It was just, when is it going to happen? So that played a part in it. But yeah, he decided to move on from Nebraska, whereas Scott Frost did not decide to move on from Nebraska. And yet, there is this. I don't understand this once a Husker, always a Husker. I've never felt that way about anybody, but that mindset is very pervasive, but only to a point, it seems, with some people. Once a Husker, always a Husker, if I like you still. Adrian Martinez, once a Husker, always a Husker. I'm guessing a lot of these people don't have good things to say about Thunder Collins. Once a Husker, always a Husker, Scott Frost. For some reason, though, it's not once a Husker, always a Husker for Trev. That guy played through an injury in a national championship game. That guy bled for the program. He sweat for the program. He did a lot for the program. He was a leader of the program, but he left him high and dry, and, people are still frustrated all these years later, even though he's not years later, a year and a couple months later. He's the guy who hired the coach with the football team right now, and I think that he kind of left a lot of the things in place that if they get it going, he is going to deserve a ton of credit, in my opinion, for the football program finding itself again, if it happens.
Another email about a different subject that we talked about, because we had the conversation last week about where did the 9-3 stuff come from. This was from Al in Minneapolis. He said,
Hi, Al.
For me, high level, there are two things I'm looking at right now that have me leaning closer to 9-3 than the record you are projecting. First, where do we expect Nebraska to be worse than they were last year? Defensive line is the only position group that comes to mind in any obvious manner, but even still, it seems like they have some solid talent there. Beyond that, it's hard for me not to project improvement across the board, both from a coaching and a talent perspective. I also think the team psychology will be less fragile, since every game on the precipice of bowl eligibility won't feel like the Battle of the Bulge. Secondly, the schedule. I'm not here to say Nebraska will for sure beat teams X, Y, or Z, but I think we can all agree that the schedule sets up incredibly favorably from an environment and momentum perspective. Nebraska plays away from Lincoln 5 times this year. One of those times will be a de facto home game in Kansas City. Maryland is the opposite of a daunting road environment. Every time Nebraska plays at Minnesota, they have a ton of fans there. You'd expect a lot of Husker fans at the UCLA game as well. To my eye, they only have one capital T true road game, and that's at Penn State, when the crowd will surely be against them. That is from Al in Minneapolis.
D'Lo hits on it. This email could be read in May of any of the past 10 years and make sense. It really could. Just change the names to fit the schedule of the actual season, and it would pretty much be the exact same thing, because we did this game last year. You and I did the schedule game last year. And that's not to say if someone wants to do the schedule game, I have no issue with it. If that's why you want to believe that they can get off to a great start, it is always, it is in front of them. Last year, you and I were in the building for the 400 sellout on Friday night, and Nebraska was up in the fourth quarter, and it was like, wow, they are going to win this game. They're going to start 4-0. They have manageable games in the next two, and they're going to go into that Indiana game at 6-0, already locked up a bowl berth. We know they lose that game. They get 2 wins in a row after that, but they're suddenly 5-1, and then the wheels fall off until the Wisconsin game in November. Like, we do this every year. I'm not going to stop anybody from doing it. I know that I personally am not going to do it because many times over the last decade, they have lost a game inexplicably that I never saw coming beforehand.
Finally, one more, and this is from Money Chris. It's not a longer email.
What up, Chris?
But this program will never get better, at least not to the national championship caliber that people supposedly want, until we stop having a conversation about what budget this team can afford to pay players. We are so far behind, we need to be overpaying the market to get people to campus. This conversation needs to be about how we are buying 5 stars, not on losing out on FCS transfers. Of course, Chris, the answer to him is always money.
Well, it does help. Money definitely does help. But yeah, I don't think that's sometimes I don't know what to do with the money conversation. I'll be honest, John. Sometimes I just don't know what to do
Nebraska's got it. They're in a good place. But the reason they're not in a great place is because they haven't been good. You know, there's money to be had out there.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the point in overpaying for talent? Because if you do that, you set yourself up for failure, because there is only so much. I saw a quote today. Let me scroll down here. I saw a quote today from Charles Barkley. He was talking about Auburn. He said, "I've given more money to Auburn, legal or illegal, than any athlete in the history of the school. And the notion that I'm going to come up with a couple $1 million every year so we can be good at basketball and football, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard."
Nice.
Charles, of course, is not afraid to say these things. There are a lot of other people that don't have the stroke of Charles Barkley. They don't have the brashness of Charles Barkley. But you know what? They feel the exact same way. There is going to be a point where you're going to start tapping things out, because unlike stadium projects, unlike new buildings, that's a one-time expenditure. And it's something that's permanent, and you can see it, and you know it's going to be there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're donating so that you can get players, that's someone you might get for 1 year, maybe 2, maybe if you're really lucky, 3 or 4. And then they're gone. And it doesn't have the permanence of that building. And there's no guarantee that there's going to be a return on the investment. At least with the building, hey, I know that the players are being well taken care of, or we have better bathrooms now, or we have better concessions, or better fan amenities. But once the player's gone, they're gone. And that's a different style of donating than what donors have been traditionally asked to do.
Isn't it almost like, John, how there's some people who don't like buying nice dinners because it kind of comes and goes very quickly? You know,
Yes.
They want to buy something that they can hold on to, that they can put on their wall, that they can, a television that they can watch. And they don't like the idea of, why would I go spend $150 on a dinner when it's going to turn into poop regardless? I could go get something else for, half the price, or a third of the price, or a quarter of the price, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I mean,
it's kind of similar to that.
I understand it. And yet I also know that there are a bunch of freaks out there who are going to say, yeah, but I want my team to be as good as possible, so I'm going to do this as much as I can.
But there becomes a point, especially if you're not getting a return on that investment.
Yeah.
Where folks will start to say, not for me. Not for me.
Yeah, that's true.
Coming up, the Jacob Bigelow Memorial offseason topic of the day.
Let's go.
Does the first game have an inordinate effect on the outcome of the entire season. It was a question today in Sam McEwen's mailbag.
Ooh,
I thought we would steal it
I love this question.
because we have to.
And we haven't done it yet this offseason.
Again, football's dying. We got to do something to keep it alive.
I keep forgetting about that.
And we barely talked about it today.
We'll also get you an update. Oh, we're getting close to that magic number of leaks. Many leaks.
We're still.
Oh,
so
the
far
NFL's
away.
going to need so many. The NFL's going to be brought to you by Depends.
Oh my
It has
gosh.
too many leaks.
See, I'm going for boats, and John is being gross about it.
Yeah, well, Nick, his arm, it's broken. It doesn't work. His brain is
That has
broken.
nothing to do with leaks.
Well, your brain might be leaky.
Yeah, maybe your brain is leaky, John.
You got leaky brain?
No one. We're landlocked, you idiot. No one relates to boats around here.
Nice.
There's a river.
But many
Right
people in
down
this
there.
audience relate to Depends.
Wow.
1620 the zone.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Cry me a river. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
It is the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day. See, questions ripped off. I'm plagiarizing. I'm taking it word for word.
Pulling a sipple.
We're giving credit though.
Oh, that's
this was
fair.
from Sam McEwen. Well, actually, it was from a reader.
Sam's mailbag.
Yeah, so it was from a reader, from Sam from a reader.
The question, will a win or loss in the opening game against Cincinnati have an inordinate effect on the football Huskers' final win-loss record? What Sam said was a win, no. Nebraska's a touchdown favorite. So a loss might have an inordinate impact on the season. It wouldn't have to, and it shouldn't, but losses to Colorado in 2019 and Northwestern in 2022 absolutely shaped the trajectory of those seasons, in part because you could tell the Huskers had better players than both teams, but couldn't get out of their own way. A loss to Cincinnati may hurt team confidence, but also be a warning sign that NU isn't the team it believed itself to be. But again, it doesn't have to mean anything. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois and rebounded for the college football playoff national title game. The answer to this question, in my opinion, is yes. If there's a loss in the first game, it will have an inordinate effect. At the very least, it will have an inordinate effect on the fan base because it will be another one of those, oh my God, it's happened again moments. And then you're going to get the defiant press conference the next week where Matt Rule is pushing back on that and saying, I don't know why I didn't sign up for this. And we're going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. But it's going to linger because Nebraska then will have two games after this. So nothing they could do against Akron or Houston Christian is going to make a bit of difference. And then you're going to have to wait till the Michigan game before you can get any sign of recovery. Because no one's going to take a Akron win or a Houston Christian win and going to run with it if they lose to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So yes, and this game is very similar to the Northwestern game. Dare I say it could be amplified because it's a neutral site game that your fans are going to dominate. People are looking forward to this. They're going to be out in front of the stadium tailgating as long as they possibly can. And it's going to look like a home game. And for them not to take advantage of that, you're going to send a lot of people home disappointed if they lose. So yes, I agree with Sam. It doesn't have to, but I think it will.
Yeah,
I think if they lose, I think it will have an inordinate effect. I'm not saying they're going to have a losing season, but it is going to affect the psyche for several weeks if they don't win that first game.
Yeah, well, okay, there's a lot of stuff in there, John, that I agree with because for the record, I'm the exact same way as you are and as Sam is. So you say the thing, set the tone. So the first thing that I thought of was, man, you lose that game. When's the next game that you can actually prove yourself in a positive way? It's probably week 4 against Michigan. But on the other hand, as Sam wrote in his mailbag, a loss to Cincinnati may hurt team confidence, but also be a warning sign that NU isn't the team it believed itself to be. I actually think that is the more important part of this whole discussion. The reason that losses to Northwestern in 2022, to Illinois in 2021, hell, even Minnesota in Matt Rule's first year, and I'll throw in, John, a game 2 loss because it's a little outside the parameters, but the 2019 loss to Colorado, I think why all of those games mattered like they did was because it showed that the program that it wasn't what they thought they were. I remember leaving Boulder with you after that game in 2019 thinking, wow, I got this way wrong in the offseason. I wonder if after all the work, if the players felt the same way. You know, how about the first year post-COVID? What did we hear that whole offseason? 2020 to 2021. It was a weird year. It was a weird year. We're putting together a better roster. Adrian, you're 4 starter. All these things. We're going to be great. We're not having to open overseas. We're going to play at Illinois. We'll be fine. They got smoked by Illinois in 2020, and suddenly they're down 30-8. At one point in that football game, I would have to imagine that was a kick in the pills. Same thing the next year with the trip overseas to Northwestern. And then, John, maybe the most consequential of the whole list that we're talking about right now is the first Matt Rule loss, because it's not that they lost, it's how they lost, and that it was year one in a new era. That was supposed to be, hey, old times are done. The Frost era is removed, and they got off to that type of start. I don't think they're going to lose that game, but I would worry if they did, like what that would say for how the program views itself, given that they're going to be a favorite, given that there's going to be a lot of red in the crowd, given that the schedule sets up, it should set up to be nice, and that after that, like, they'd have these 2-0 kind of games to have to get up for, and it might be kind of difficult for them.
This is a home game. You can't lose a home game. Can't lose an opening home game. I don't care if it's in Kansas City. Everyone around here is going to be down there for it. You can't lose that game, especially if you're favored. If you're going to be good, as Matt Rule says they are. I think we're going to be good. You don't lose this first game. And if you do, you're going to have to take the consequences that come with it. And what going to come with it is there's going to be a lot of moping. And I mean, we've already been spending time this offseason talking about the fact is, wow, no one's buzzing about this team. What's going on? And then there's probably a reason for that, because a lot of people are like, okay, I know you got to a bowl game here. That's nice, but I think they're a little tepid towards being excited. But we know what's going to happen once we get to that month of August is it's going to be one big countdown to that first game, and you're on a Thursday night, and you're going to be in late prime time, and you're going to be in Kansas City. Yeah, this doesn't have to mean they're going to have a losing season if they lose this game, but yes, it will have the ability to affect more of the season than just one game.
Oh yeah.
That's if they lose.
But and it's funny, and I don't want this to just suddenly come off as like a negative comment, but I'm with Sam in that if they win, I think it's okay. It's almost like thank God you can breathe easier. Time to move forward, though. They did what they were expected to do. That's kind of the mode that I think you want to be in a game like this.
Well, when's the last time Nebraska won we'll call it a challenging opening game?
Challenging opening game?
Opening game. I know they beat Colorado last year, but that wasn't the first game.
Challenging
but a game where it was, a single digit point spread, and you were playing a quality-ish opponent.
I mean, John, not 14, not 13. I mean, the issue with this question is that they have not really played in quote-unquote challenging opening games.
Well, they have. They've just lost them.
Yes. Yeah,
they lost
right.
to Northwestern. They lost to BYU. They lost to, and I realize that not all of these obviously are on Matt Rule's watch, but as a program, it has been a while since Nebraska opened a season against what you would call a quality opponent and won.
I mean, is it Arizona State? Would you say that it's that, or is that one not?
Are you going back to 2002?
I'm going back to 2002. Is it Arizona State? Is it TCU? I mean, like, that's the issue, right? Is that we're talking about, because
you know what the answer might be?
Iowa, but they killed Iowa. It wasn't them.
You know what the answer might be?
Rip.
Remember the Husker Nation reunion game?
That's the answer. It's Oklahoma State in 2003.
Oklahoma State 2003.
That is the answer. Good call.
And now that was an August game. I'm looking here on the OddsShark database.
I believe they were either short dogs or short favorites. I mean, that would be my guess.
They were, and of course I just changed the page. I think they were favored in that game by a touchdown. Hang on, I've got the answer for you. Yes, Nebraska was a 7.5-point favorite. They won 17-7.
Yeah, I think that's
that is the
probably
last
answer.
time Nebraska beat what you would say would be, or maybe the best way to a team in their weight class.
Yeah,
in an opener. You have to go back to 2003.
Yeah,
and some might argue, well, Cincinnati, right now, yes. I mean, Nebraska is basically the same favorite they were against Oklahoma State in 2003. So yes, this would qualify.
Yeah, I think that's the answer. Dave writes, putting too much effort into the first game mentally with the loss carries over into the season. Yeah, it absolutely would. You wonder, I mean, a question that I would have before we get to dumb debates would be, I wonder what the program is putting into this game. How much are they putting into this game? Because I think that they did put a lot into 23 Minnesota. They did a lot in 2022 Northwestern, 2021 Illinois. I mean, 2020 Ohio State's a kind of a weird one in here. 2018 Colorado kind of came out of nowhere as the first game. 2015 BYU. Like, I wonder how much they were putting into those games versus how much they are putting into this game. Or if they are viewing this less as that and more of this is a game. It's just we're opening up against this type of team versus a different type of team.
Nick, before we go to break, we need a leak flash. Leak flash. It's time for an NFL schedule leak flash. Leak flash. From the Leak Flash Leak Desk. According to ProGrid.org, we are now at 215 games that have been leaked. Only 57 games are still outstanding. Leak flash.
What does that mean?
That is a 79% leak percentage. You'll also be happy to know that the Dallas Cowboys
Has their own schedule leaked?
have now joined the rest of the teams in the NFC East as having their entire schedule leaked.
Wow. With this many leaks, it's gone past Titanic territory and just into submersible territory.
Has it?
I think so.
All right, I need to see the full sketch.
Now
Go to
these
John's
are
made-up
these are
website.
games that have been leaked in terms of the week they have been played. Interestingly enough, as of today, the Dallas Cowboys are only, or as of this moment, the Dallas Cowboys are only scheduled for one Sunday night football game. That is week 15
fake.
against Minnesota.
That is absolutely fake news then. There's no way they're only playing one Sunday night game.
That'd be awesome.
No, that would be bad for America. How many Monday night games? Give me a little Joe and Troy. I like Joe and Troy.
Well, just right now, it's just the one against Arizona.
And that's you have the full schedule, and they're only playing in 2 primetime.
That's not to say that there might, because we currently don't have week 4's Sunday night game assigned.
Joey says week 4 Green Bay will be Sunday night football.
But
Thank
the
you,
Packers
Joey.
are at the Cowboys.
Thank
and
you, Joey.
That could be the Sunday night game.
Joey is smart. Joey knows what's up.
Good job, Joey.
Thank you, Joey.
That's right. Put Maga's team in prime time so we can all laugh and laugh and laugh.
I like when the Cowboys play the Rams these days because no matter how bad the Cowboys are, they still beat them. Cooper Rush
the last time it mattered, you didn't.
Nah. I don't think
the last time you won a Super Bowl, Nick wasn't even born.
Nick, it's time to sacrifice.
The last time
you.
they played an NFC
Sacrifice
Championship
me.
game, Nick wasn't born.
Can we kill Nick on the air, John, as a sacrificial lamb to the Dallas Cowboys?
Oh, that would get clicks.
Yes, it would. And put Scott Frost in the title, too.
You're going to sacrifice me to the glory hole?
Smiles and glory holes.
Actually, this sounds amazing.
So there we are. We are basically at 80. Oh, now we are at 80.1%. We're going to have 100% before this show airs in 2 hours and 9 minutes.
Rats. Should have taken the over, apparently.
All right, coming up is Dumb Debates.
Nice.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat
Throw.
from your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground,
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
We have reached that time of week where it's time to debate things that come up in your everyday conversation
that are dumb.
At the yes, most debates are. Most debates are pretty dumb. You know, we brought the one from our house about time. Remember that one? About, you know, are you talking about midnight after midnight? Is it tonight? Is it tomorrow? Is it in the morning? When is it?
Is it when you
That
wake
was a
up?
dumb debate that we literally had around our kitchen table.
I
It
do remember
happens
that.
all the time in everyday life, and you can share those dumb debates with us. Send them to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Use the hashtag dumb debates or email, as Nate did.
Oh,
Listening in New Jersey. He sent this earlier today in the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com. He said, in honor of my son's 12th birthday.
oh, happy birthday.
Also,
Happy
congrats on
birthday,
the sex 12 years ago.
Happy birthday, Nick. 12 years
To the
and 9
parents,
months ago.
not
Yes,
to the
to the parents, you
12-year-old.
weirdo.
You're the freak, Nick.
I said 12 years ago.
In honor of my son Nick's 12th birthday today, what is the best birthday present you received when you were a child?
Ooh. I have two.
Okay.
2.
So one of them had a lasting impact, and the other one I just remembered being like my favorite toy, right? And it was a Power Rangers action figure. I loved that thing. It was great.
Okay.
It was Power Rangers Wild Force, I think. He was the Black Ranger. He had a bull thing going on. It was sick.
Okay.
But I think my GameCube might be the best present I ever received.
That's a good gift.
I'm pretty sure my dad bought it for himself, though, because after I unwrapped it, I had realized that it was already opened, and my dad had been playing NASCAR Thunder 2003 on it. And he and his buddy would spend hours every night with a little black book trying to find the perfect tuning setups for each car at each track.
What?
And that was the game
on
for them.
Earth.
They didn't do
That's
career
funny.
mode or anything. It was
That's
just these
funny.
two guys trying to find the perfect setup for each track. And then the second they were done with that, they're like, all right, you can play it now.
That's some sicko's behavior there, Nick.
It was sicko's behavior, but that's what got me into video games, which, as you
And
know,
into
I
race
play.
cars.
And into race cars.
Wow.
Interesting. That's interesting.
New Hampshire was the first race I ever won, by the way.
John, I don't remember the year, but I mean, getting a bike, man, is just such a cool
Getting a bike's
gift.
pretty cool.
I got a bike for one of my birthdays. The one that had pegs on it.
You could peg your friends.
You could peg your friends. Johnny, you remember about pegging your friends?
No, I never pegged no friends.
So that was cool. I mean, getting a bike, and my friends had bikes with pegs, and so I wanted that. And I was like, I want one of those bikes, and then I got one. So that was really cool.
Was it a mongoose?
I have no idea.
I got a bike with pegs, but I lived in the middle of nowhere, and I had like a gravel driveway, so I could only really drive it around the driveway.
Yeah. See, the only bummer about that was it just had them on the back and the what is it called? The handlebars. It didn't have the thing in the middle where you could spin them around. Remember those? Like the bikes for the
like the BMX.
I always wanted one of those. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. I wanted a bike and I got a bike.
Hurt yourself.
No, Nick, I would have been great. I would have been grinding with my pegs.
Now you got me looking, because my very first bike was on my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
I think I was maybe 7.
Oh, man, it was the 50s.
Yeah, it was the 70s.
Oh, you got a Schwinn.
No, got a Huffy.
A Huffy.
And I'm trying now, I'm Googling. I'm trying to see if I can see
the iteration.
If there's
Drake
there's
writes,
ones that
"Happy
kind of look
birthday,
close
John."
to it. It's the one with the old banana seat.
The banana seat Huffy.
The
Classic
long banana
70s bike.
seat. Gosh, now I'm going to be doing a search all night because I want to see if there is a picture of this bike. But it was blue. I remember it was blue.
That's cool.
While we're talking about bikes, a friend of mine growing up, his parents got him one of those bikes that they look like choppers, like hogs, but it was a pedal bike, and it had like the ape hangers and everything. Whenever I'd go to his place,
Oh
he'd be
yeah,
like, can I ride your bike? He would let me. It was nice.
John, have you found it?
Not yet.
Are you going to be
but
distracted for the rest of Dumb Debates now, looking for this
pretty
bike?
much.
Nice.
The best, but that wasn't the best. The best birthday gift was it would have been my 14th birthday when we went to Wrigley Field for the first time.
That's tight.
To
Baseball
see the
John.
Cubs play the Giants. And of course, they lost.
That's pretty cool.
It is cool.
Not
But
not the losing part.
Yeah. But
That's a special gift.
Going to Wrigley Field for the first time. That's probably my favorite birthday gift as a child.
I did get tickets to see Nebraska play Akron to begin the 1997 season for my birthday, which was our first year my first full football season living in Nebraska. So that was pretty cool.
I just remembered for my 10th birthday, my parents got me the unedited version of Welcome to the Black Parade by My Chemical Romance.
Good Lord. And that's why you're not going to be with us in Kansas City.
Because I'm seeing them for the anniversary of that album. I talked to my mom a little later on, and she didn't realize it was the unedited version.
Yeah.
But I think that getting that album kind of set the tone for how I listen to music going forward. That was the first album I listened to front to back.
Look at that.
Just as a little 10-year-old
When you
Nick.
were a young boy?
When I was Gen Z B Nick, or Gen Alpha Nick, I guess.
Ah, you never know what you are. John, are you still looking for that bike?
Yes, I'm still looking for that bike.
All
I
right,
wanna
let's
find
try.
that bike. I
Let's
wanna
try to
find
look
that bike.
later. I like this one from Eric. Now, I think we're all going to have to work together because not all of us have seen these shows.
Okay.
But Eric writes, rank your Star Wars show with with what head coach of Nebraska they would be. Rule Bo Frost Riley and/or Mandalorian Boba Fett Ahsoka. So we have to find which coach matches up with which show.
Well, that implies that that implies that at least a couple of those shows were really bad.
Well, Boba Fett was
like
horrible.
which one is the Scott Frost of shows? I mean, none of those shows were that bad.
Boba Fett
Boba
was
Fett's
terrible.
the worst of the four.
It's the worst character and the worst show.
Yeah, I think Boba Fett's the worst of the four. I've not ever watched Ahsoka, but I'll say that Ahsoka is Riley because it was canceled too soon. Mike Riley was fired too soon, though some would say he was not fired soon enough. So then you got to figure out, is Rule Andor or is Rule the Mandalorian, and is Bo Andor or is Bo the Mandalorian?
Well, I haven't seen the second season of Andor, so I can't.
It's so
speak to that.
good.
So I would have to put
It's so
Bo.
good.
I would have to put Mandalorian as Bo.
That sounds good to me. So Matt Rule is Andor.
So Bo was good at the start and then kind of started to suck toward the end of his.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually, yes.
Okay, so yeah, Mandalorian.
Did you know they're making a movie?
Yeah.
Did you know that, John?
I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Don't know how I feel
I
about
mean, are
that.
they still? Because they love announcing and then canceling movie projects.
Debo says, is Andor better than all of these? Yes. Debo, Andor is amazing.
Everything I've heard about Andor, everybody's like, this is the best Star Wars media ever.
Yeah, I know. And can you imagine hearing that and not wanting to watch it and saying, I want to watch The Walking Dead?
I'm still watching The Walking Dead.
Good.
It's compelling.
Lord.
Season 10, right now. I'm in it. It's pretty good.
Freak. How about this from Doc? Josh, I got tickets for my birthday for that exact same game against Akron. Me and my twin sister each got to take a friend. It was a hot day at Memorial Stadium that day in 1997.
Until it started raining.
No,
And
there
it
was no rain that day.
I'm
97. You're thinking of
the
Frost's first
canceled
game.
Akron
Yeah,
game.
oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Imagine getting tickets to that. For the longest time, Butch Hug walking out with his arms stretched out is going to be
man.
your nightmare image.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Not
I'm
great
trying
at
to
all.
think I don't think I ever got. Pretty sure I never got football tickets for a birthday present.
I didn't either.
It's so far
a
away
child.
for yours, John. Like, happy birthday. Here's something for 2 months from now.
Yeah,
As a kid, it
that
just
would
feels
suck.
like it today. If you got it's like, hey, John, I got your
Yeah.
Rams tickets. You'd say, that's awesome. Thank you. But it's like a child. You're like, but I want it tomorrow.
Yeah, like even as a kid, I'd be bummed, even if it's my favorite team.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
a
if you're taking
lifetime from now.
if it's something you've never done or you're taking a special trip,
that's true.
Then it's because that's what it was. Because I got the tickets because I found out about the tickets to the Cubs game like 2 months before my birthday, and then the game was on my birthday.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So
that's awesome.
So that's why that worked out.
Baseball on the 4th of July.
Brett writes, hey,
It was
Josh.
a nice day.
I saw
till
this.
we lost.
Well, it always is, right? Brett
Frickin'
says,
Giants.
Josh, I saw this online and thought it'd be a good dumb debates topic for you guys. You're on an 8-hour car ride with no radio, podcast, music, nothing.
Oh.
You have to take one of the following people with you. Kimmy Gibbler from Full House, Steve Urkel from Family Matters, Screech from Saved by the Bell, or Kel from Good Burger. Who are you taking? John, do you know all of these characters?
I know most of them.
I didn't watch any of those shows. I'm familiar with a couple of the characters.
You've never seen Good Burger? It's a
No.
cinematic classic,
See,
John.
no, it's not. I'm
Welcome
sure
to
it's
Good
not.
Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your
order?
order?
See, you don't want Kel because he would find a way to make the road trip last 5 hours longer, and then you would break your car in the process.
By the way, Good Burger, it's available for streaming, so maybe a movie club
Ooh.
movie.
Good Burger 2?
God.
I just want to watch the first one, Nick.
I'd probably pick Screech.
That's what the listener said that you would pick. He said you would pick Screech.
Well, because Screech is annoying, but the least annoying, I think, out of all of these people. I think I could relate to Screech. We could have a conversation. I think Screech is the best bet.
Brett writes, I'm going to guess Nick picks Screech. He just seems like a Screech kind of guy.
I'm a Screech kind of guy.
By the way,
I've actually interviewed Dustin Diamond.
Really?
Many years ago, Jack and I did. And he had quite the interesting story after he played Screech.
Oh.
So if I could talk to him about those things, that might be interesting.
He did say I didn't include
Urkel,
John.
definitely not. Urkel, no way. No way.
that? Can I do that?
He would end up on the side of the road somewhere.
Where we're going, we don't need roads, John.
And who are the others?
Kel is from Good Burger, and then Kimmy Gibbler was from Full House. Who is that?
I don't remember. I watched a little bit of Full House.
I
But
wasn't a Full House head.
That was always on Nick at Night for me, and I just bypassed it.
John, he did when he emailed in. He did mention that he didn't attach your old ass was a part of the email. I didn't include John because his old ass probably doesn't know who any of them are. I mean, not wrong.
I mean, the Saved by the Bell stuff was not that far beyond. I mean, I was almost in the target audience for that.
Yeah,
it's weird. I grew up.
I was a
watching Saved
little
by the Bell
past
reruns.
it, but not that far past it. And when did the Urkel show start? Didn't
was
that
the
start in the
80s,
late
right?
80s?
No idea.
Didn't that start in the late 80s?
Did it?
Full House didn't Full House start like around 90?
I mean, they all seem like late 80s, early 90s kind of show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just weren't my kind of fare. But yeah, I fit into all those. And when was Good Burger made?
That was 2000s. That was
90s,
late 90s, early 2000s.
97. Yeah.
Oh, was it really that early?
I was a kid, Nick.
Wow.
I was a child.
Because that started out as an all that bit, didn't it?
Yes.
Take that, emailer.
Yeah, that movie was our go-to fallback option at Blockbuster. Like, we don't have anything to get. Let's just get Good Burger again. And it came on an orange VHS
That's the
tape.
equivalent of like, I don't know, I'll just put on The Office while I
It really is. It was my generation's The Office.
Nice.
It was my generation's The Office.
Ray's dumb debate. What's worse, tripping over a lawnmower bag or falling from the stands at a baseball game?
Lawnmower bag. I mean, if you do the other thing, you might die. So I guess that, but I think.
Well, it
lawnmower
depends on
bag.
which part of the stands you fall out of. Like the guy at the Pirates game fell 20 feet.
Ouch.
If you fall out of the stands at Charles Schwab Field from the third base side, it's like 3 feet.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's just more of a face plant. It looks embarrassing.
It does, but at least you're not dying. At least you're not.
Well,
dying.
the dude from the Pirates game, I think he's still alive. I
Oh,
think he
really?
made
I
it.
thought he totally.
No, I think he didn't die.
Oh, good. All right, that's awesome.
Pirate fan who fell. He did an interview 6 days ago with ABC News.
Okay.
He's a 20-year-old. He describes his injuries as he has broken everything.
Oh.
Back and neck injuries. I'm all right. I really can't sleep. I have a lot of back pain.
That'll do it.
Yeah. He's all right.
I'm still trying to figure out how he fell out of the stands.
He was drunk.
He's 20.
Was he?
He can't drink.
I mean, I would assume so. I guess allegedly. I don't want to get in trouble, but I thought that the reporting was that he was hammered.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
it does not say in this particular story
acting a fool.
from NBC News. It does not say.
Sky writes, what would be the weirdest meat to put in meatloaf? So when meatloaf is cooked, what's the process?
So you have
It's mostly ground beef.
yeah, you have ground meat.
And you make it dry. How do you make it really dry?
No, you don't
Make
make
it dry.
If you cook it right, again, you the way you insult your mother, you don't think she can cook a turkey. You
No,
don't think
I
she
love
can
my
cook
mom.
meatloaf.
So meatloaf, it's the ground meat and then onion and other spices, and you just kind of put it all together and put it in a loaf.
Well,
pan.
and usually there's a filler like breadcrumbs. Usually, in
But
some
then,
meatloafs.
because this is a callback to what, a week ago when John said you were having like chicken meatloaf.
Yes, and it was good.
Chicken loaf.
And then it blew my mind because
It was
I'm like,
good.
yeah, meat, that is still meatloaf because it is still meat.
It's meat
in a
and
loaf.
it's in a loaf. It's a meatloaf.
I just never thought about any other meat being in meatloaf.
If you think about it, a meatloaf and a meatball are pretty close.
No, they are. It's the same
It's
thing.
just one is smaller than the other.
The weirdest meat, venison. Nah, maybe not. Duck?
Duck loaf. Yeah, because it's all dark meat.
Yeah.
Duck loaf.
That would be weird. That's a good one, Nick.
Yeah.
Duck
I think duck loaf or pheasant loaf.
Tony says ground rattlesnakes. Yeah,
What
sure.
about
Oh,
what about
snake loaf.
Squirrel? Oh, John, that's gross.
Squirrel.
That would be so much squirrel.
Oh, Dave, imitation crab. Imitation crab loaf.
I
well,
hate that.
that'd be like a giant crab cake, a giant fake
Or
crab
it'd
cake.
be like putting salmon out and then eating it 3 hours later.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any more about any slander on meatloaf, Mr. I eat salmon that's
No,
been
I
sitting
did it
out for several
once.
hours, and then I had the poops and I had the vomits all night.
At the same time.
I think fish loaf sounds like something that 100% is in like a 70s cookbook.
Probably with Jello on it for
Like,
some reason.
Here's an
With
ass
Jello and
fish loaf.
carrots.
Oh man,
Ugh.
John, you guys did
Shredded
the weirdest
carrots.
crap back
What
in
is
the 70s.
wrong with the 70s?
Everything?
Ugh.
It's a bad
Listen,
decade.
not all of us ate those foods in the 70s. Oh, here it is.
Your bike or more
No.
nasty meatloaf?
Old-fashioned fish loaf from the website, and you'll love this, 100yearsago.com. It's fish loaf.
Yuck.
Man,
It's made with canned fish.
That was during the fun part of the 1920s too. Why are you eating fish loaf in the roaring 20s?
Well, I think the website URL is just 100yearsago.com.
Oh.
Is that
Yes, it's just the
it's just
100
It's
years
like
ago.
Super 70 Sports out tweets about the 80s for some reason.
So he said the fish was in a can. Did you know that the can was invented before the can opener?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Well, yeah, you don't need a can opener if you don't have a can.
No, the can. But like, how did you open the can before the can opener existed?
That's
is
why
what
they
I'm
made
saying.
the can opener,
Right,
Nick.
but there was a period of time where they didn't have a good way to open cans.
Well, there are other
Duh!
tools. There are other tools.
Then why would you put it in a can if you didn't have an easy way to take it out of the can?
Because you had tools. You could use a screwdriver.
Yeah, and it allows you to store it for many years.
A little metal cutter thing.
Nick,
Yeah,
come on. Are you serious with this?
It is one
They invented sliced bread before they invented Josh's toaster garage.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, you have to invent the thing to get the thing to open it.
Right.
Whoa, did you know they invented a garage before they invented the garage opener? It's the same thought process, Nick.
crazy.
Why would they invent the opener?
I just feel
It's
like
like-
if you're gonna make something like a can, you would want to also side by side invent an easy way for people to open that thing.
People are not always
I'm
the
sure.
smartest.
I'm sure it came relatively soon after, once the can became a popular form of food storage.
Yeah.
It's like inventing the vaccine before the virus.
Yeah, that'd be pretty wild.
That'd be
Cracky,
some-
holy bleep, that's the dumbest thing to be said in this show, and that's saying a lot.
That
Yes,
is
it
definitely
is.
not.
Yes, it is, Nick.
So they started the practice of canning in 1772, and can openers weren't a thing until like 1880 or 1850.
Well, that's
You
fine.
realize they had other sharp instruments that they
Yeah.
could use to pierce the
Yeah.
can and open it.
But it wasn't the purpose of those instruments.
Yeah, but Nick, it was the 1700s.
Yes.
I don't want to use my turkey carving knife to open my can
It's
of
a good thing you weren't
peaches.
around in these days. You would have died of dysentery.
Nick would have been staring at the can. How do I open this? There's not a can opener.
Hit it against a rock.
Meanwhile, everyone else is eating their food. Matthew says, would you take a CFP berth with an embarrassing loss or Nebraska ball winning a first 4 game, but a bad loss in the round of 64? What is more palatable? CFP loss and a blowout, round of 64 loss, but at least you won the first 4. I'm going to say football because the playing field is just still so small. Even if it expands to 16, you're in the top 16, whereas round of 64, it's round of 64. And Nebraska's gotten smoked in the round of 64 a million times. Wow, congratulations.
And you don't have to deal with the debates of, well, does it count?
Exactly.
Do the first 4 games count?
Correct.
And then when the idiots who run college sports expand it to like a 76-team tournament, then those games will mean even less.
Yeah, we're in lockstep on this one. Kenneth writes, Nick 3 throws grim strikes again.
So cans used
this
to be...
is the segment that does get to reveal a lot about Nick.
Yes.
Hear me out on this one, right?
I don't know if I can.
I've done some quick research. The cans that they were canning things in were like lead and often required hammers and chisels to open.
Yes, because it was the 1700s.
Why would it take people 50 years to be like, there's got to be a better way?
Nick, maybe they were not smart enough to do it. They tried, but they couldn't figure it out. I bet if you looked at 1700 can opener patents, you'd find some. Have you seen the videos of early airplanes? Those people were idiots. They were wearing bird wings.
I'm also guessing that the prevalence of the canned food wasn't that popular. It took a while before most people started buying or canning foods.
Yeah.
Even though it started in the 1700s, it probably took a while for it because things moved very slowly. Imagine
took a while.
Why wouldn't they just
we're so far behind here in flyover country. Imagine what it was like in wagon over country. It took too long. It took a long time. 1777 they probably had cans in New York, but by the time it got to Iowa, it was probably 1976.
Text from the 757. It's fascinating how dumb Nick is. Nick, is it fascinating how dumb you are?
It's perfect for this segment.
Dave says, if hammers and chisels existed, wouldn't that be a can opener? It was can opener.
It's using hammers and chisels to open a can. It wasn't a dedicated instrument.
Yeah.
Hammers and you'd realize they had
Nick, you realize
less tools.
You realize when they invented the car that they didn't have gas stations at that time.
Did you guys know the cars came before gas stations?
And they didn't have soda in coolers.
That's true. That's true.
And you couldn't get Little Debbie's.
See, this is how it's done.
See, I don't believe that. Little Debbie's been around forever.
This is how it's done, folks.
Well, if they would have been in cans, and Nick would have never been able to taste the deliciousness of Little Debbie's.
How do I open
this can?
Look at these
There's not an opener for the can.
By the way, great reminder that moving forward, you can now send your dumb debates to Blue Sky, John. Send them in on Blue Sky.
Great.
I got bullied and I made a stupid account. I have an account. You can go follow me there for all my takes and tweets or skeets, whatever they're called over there. And the Grum has an account over there, and we'll read your dumb debate Blue Skis.
Yes, we will.
There are none right now, so hopefully we get some more.
I triggered a foot. He identifies, or this bot identifies itself as football fan on Twitter.
Hell yeah!
So I tweeted out.
It's not my burner, I swear.
The conversation that we had earlier about playing teams in their weight class in opening day games.
Yeah,
and it goes back to Oklahoma State, BYU, Colorado, Ohio State.
That was a good stat.
Yeah. Football fan said, "Oh, so you took a sample size that's obviously the span of the start of their suckiness until now. I'm not sure the point you're trying to make. The Huskers lost to teams outside of their weight class too during this sample size. If you suck, you suck." Yeah, no kidding, football fan. I just posted it out there because we were talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Not everything has to be an agenda, football fan.
Nice. I just responded.
If that's your real Christian name.
Government name.
Let's hit the refresh. We are up to 82.7% of the games have been leaked.
Sad. I mean, I like it. I like that we're getting all this schedule stuff. I can't wait to see it tonight.
I mean, you can literally see it right now if you have progrid.org.
But I don't know. But no, that website is broken at the office.
It's
John.
not broken.
It doesn't
it's
exist.
Here. It's right in front of me.
I can't even get to it.
Not here at work, John.
Google doesn't even acknowledge it, John.
Yeah.
By the way, someone must have prank called Shador because now 10 Cleveland Browns games have been leaked. They are no longer trailing the leak list.
That's good.
It's now the Steelers and the Ravens with only 9 leaked games.
We'll get the whole sketch pretty soon. And tomorrow we'll break it all down. Rest advantage. Who has the advantage? Will Nick be sad in October? Probably.
Tua, how many games will Tua have?
How many games will Tua play?
Oh, Aaron Judge just hit a home run, and the Yankees have taken the lead against the Mariners.
Bummer.
Wow, 444 feet.
Holy God.
For him, that's a short one.
For me, that would be a long one.
We know.
Aaron Judge. Captain America, they call him.
They do?
He's going to be the captain of Team USA, featuring Paul Skeens. Oh, yeah, hanging slider. Goodbye. Top of the 8th inning there in Seattle. Watching a little baseball today. All right, we'll come back and have more here. Let's see. I had something. Oh, yes, an update from the NIL today.
Excellent.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone. It is the NIL today. What?
You were talking and John didn't have your microphone on, so I go, John's trying to talk, and so he thought you were trying to talk to him, so he put you in queue.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to talk. I forgot
he always
that
talks over the
know.
NIL today.
I forgot that you talk over this specific intro.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Well, I just enjoy it so much.
But it is funny because when you did come back, the first words we heard was Josh looks like a goober.
Well, yeah, I was describing the pretty pictures. And, of course, there's always Jared. This is why I like the NIL today, because we get to remember Jared.
Yeah.
Jared got to be the first face of NIL.
He was.
What was the name of that? Oh, a bag man, ABM.
A bag man.
A bag man.
Bring it back.
This was from Ross Dellinger. This was a tweet from earlier today, but I thought this was interesting. So Deloitte, that is the firm who is going to be doing the NIL clearinghouse. Once this settlement thing gets unsettled, whatever.
Awesome. What a sentence.
All of the third-party NIL deals that are valued at more than $600, which is pretty much all of them, are going to have to go through this clearinghouse.
Yeah.
And they're going to go through to validate and legitimize those deals. And if they turn them away, then those are illegal third-party deals. And if they accept them, then obviously they're fine. So at the ACC spring meetings, Deloitte officials were there, and the company shared with the ACC coaches and athletic directors some interesting figures. So they've already been doing some work, and we've been wondering, okay, how are they going to determine fair market value? Because fair market value is, I mean, if Josh wants to bid $100,000 for an object and I want to bid $150,000 for an object, I mean, the value is somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 because that's what the market is demanding.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're going to try to use existing true name, image, likeness, like commercials and things of that nature, professional deals, as kind of their guidepost. So at this meeting, Deloitte announced that 70% of past deals from booster collectives would have been denied.
How many?
70%.
I'm honestly surprised it's only that number. I figured it'd be a lot higher than that.
Yeah.
But 90% of deals from public companies would have been approved.
Interesting.
So the public companies, meaning, the way we thought NIL was going to be, where, car dealership wants to use quarterback B as an endorser, and that's what we thought NIL was going to be. But of course it turned into collectives. So 70% of past deals from collectives would have been denied. And of course, a lot of the people that I follow who follow this closely and do the whole sports legal thing said, yeah, that won't open up for some lawsuits if that number holds when they actually start reviewing these third-party deals. So I thought that was rather interesting.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm a little surprised that it's only 70%. I figured that it would have been closer to that 90% number, just given kind of what we heard. I still
I'll bet you that in the 70%, that's most of your basketball and your football deals, and the ones that were probably approved were probably for smaller sports, women's sports,
Olympic sports.
Yes.
Yeah.
Smaller deals,
Mom and pop
like
type
autograph signings for volleyball players, autograph signings for baseball players.
100%.
But I bet most of that 70% that were rejected are the college basketball and the college football deals.
And then we'll see if they can actually get this how they want it to. I guess I am curious as I try to find my words here, if they will actually be able to have this hold up, and if they are going to be able to, get all these schools to report these numbers and what that looks like, or if it's going to get flooded, or if there are going to be carve-outs in the settlement that actually allows them to shoehorn in some of this money on the side. I'm curious as to what all this is going to look like.
Update, ProGrid.org, 84.9% of all games have now been leaked.
So we're getting closer to 90 by the end of the Grum.
Yeah, it's almost like the announcement doesn't matter.
It is, Nick. It is like the announcement doesn't matter.
Who you agree with, John? You agree with, wow, the can came before the can opener.
50 years. It took 50 years to invent a can opener.
Unreal. Nick, wait
do
till
we
you
still-
find out that we had wheels before we had cars.
What?
Yeah.
Do we still have our caller on the line?
I hope so. Let's go to the phones.
Let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Good afternoon, caller.
Oh.
Caller's gone.
Bummer. Sad.
That's all right.
Sad.
Well, coming up, we have some content.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, a little bit of baseball. More on Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, wow. Second straight day.
Wow, calling Trey Hendrickson a moron?
And more on Bill Belichick and his private life.
Actually, that fits.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, that fits right there.
And we get our first look at Nicolas Cage as John Madden.
Gotta steal the football.
And he's also got a pretty famous co-star who's playing Al Davis.
That's true.
So that's all coming up in content on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Reminder, I just saw the little screenshot there. Tropic Thunder is our movie this week. It's on Paramount Plus. That'll be our movie club selection for Friday's Movie Club with Kent Wolgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Time for some content, Nick.
The baseball. America projection has Creighton in the next 4 out. D1 Baseball has the Jays in the teams to watch category. What will it take for CU to extend Ed Service's final year in the NCAA regionals?
I mean, I'm encouraged that their name is at least showing up on the list. I still have my doubts as to whether or not they can get an at-large bid. I think a step towards that is sweeping Georgetown this week and winning the Big East regular season. It's always nice to have that on your resume, but then it would also require... Honestly, I don't know if I see a scenario where they get an at-large, because I think they're going to have to win the conference tournament because, obviously you need more quality wins. Well, UConn and Xavier would fit that bill, but if you beat both UConn and Xavier, there's a pretty good chance you've already won the conference tournament or you're awful darn close. So, I mean, a lot of other things would have to happen. Ask me again next week, provided that the Jays win this weekend, clinch the Big East. I'll see where the projections have them. But right now, I still think they have to win the Big East tournament to get a bid.
Yeah, I'm with you. And obviously, you're going to know more than I do in this situation. But I've kind of viewed it as that situation for a while, that they're going to have to win the conference tournament. And so that'll be tough.
By the way, UConn lost last night to friend of the Slice Northeastern.
Nice.
They now have a 21-game winning streak. Bengals defensive end holdout Trey Hendrickson, who probably is not a moron,
Probably.
showed up to OTAs
There is unprovoked shark attack.
not to practice, to have his voice heard about his holdout.
I'm a Floridian, so there's unprovoked shark attacks and there's provoked shark attacks. And comments that are being made, right? Whatever happened at the combine, whatever happened at the owners' meetings, and the text I got yesterday, this is not something where I'm just twiddling my thumbs thinking, oh, how can I get the next one up? Most of the teammates will agree. I don't spare my opinions. I kind of stay out of the media for that reason, because I am an emotional player, and after a loss, it's a lot harder to talk than after a win, especially in the circumstances that we had last season. So I carry it with a tremendous amount of respect, but these things are provoked. I would love to say to sit quiet is a good strategy. It is clearly not. Players have done it all over the league, including Jamar last year. He did a great job being disciplined through the process, and great. I'm so proud of him and the way he handled adversity.
That's interesting. And normally we don't see it this way. We do not see players go through these types of negotiations publicly. And I think usually it's because they're getting advice from people in their lives that it's not going to play well, right, with media fans, whatever it is. I don't think it's going to hurt them in the actual negotiations. But, I mean, I don't want to say his voice, John, was shaky, but you could definitely hear the emotion in everything and a lot of his frustration with what he had to say.
The interesting part is this isn't something where, he just decided to hold a press conference or he ran into a reporter at the gym. He's on the practice field.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's there at the OTA that he is skipping as a player to voice this. And it was a text message from Zach Taylor that really kind of triggered him, that informed him, hey, we're going to fine you if you don't show up. So he's not happy with this. And I said yesterday that I think they'll end up getting this straightened out. I still think they can get this straightened out and that something will happen. But this is a very interesting tact that he has taken, because not only is he speaking out publicly on this and it's not coming from his agent, but he's doing it basically on the team facility.
Well, boys, we've finally arrived at the day the NFL announces their entire schedule.
Yes, right now.
No
where we are
more-
sitting at 87.5%.
No more drips and drops.
No more.
What are you keeping an eye on tonight for the last 10% of games that haven't been put on John's fake-ass website?
Yeah, for John's fake website.
What am I looking forward to? Absolutely nothing. My team's schedule's already out,
Yeah,
so
is mine.
I'm not, and Josh's is too. I'm not watching
None of
tonight.
this matters.
None
yes,
of this
it
matters.
does. Yes. Well, I look forward
The show
to
tonight does not matter.
I look forward to us then apparently not doing lots of radio segments off of this, like about rest advantage and where bye weeks fall and all of those things that do matter in the NFL.
The show itself doesn't matter. We could still talk about all of these things if they didn't have some big announcement because we know everything now.
Yeah, why? Do you get mad about the selection show on Sunday of March Madness? Like you can just log on to Twitter.
Yeah, but they
and see
don't leak the schedule. They don't leak
They
the
did-
teams on
they did
Saturday
that.
or Friday before the selection show.
No, they do. It's called winning a conference tournament. That is
stop.
that is the basketball version of leaks.
So
No, it's not. No, knowing all the teams, we already knew everybody that was going to play everybody else. We knew the teams that they were going to play. We just didn't know what order they were in.
The Cowboys play on Sunday, but if somebody slowly leaked what happened every single play on Saturday, would you still want to watch the game on Sunday?
Yeah, well, yeah, because I want to see if that person would somehow know the future.
They do.
Okay, sure. Of course, I'm going to watch Nick. It's my favorite team. But I'm in all seriousness, I'm curious to see the rest advantage and how that's going to work out. And when annoying ass Warren Sharp puts up that, it is a good story or good graphic when he kind of breaks down. Remember last year the 49ers had like a terrible rest advantage. It was negative like 20 something.
Yeah.
Who's the team that gets screwed and which is the team that benefits? That is what I will be keeping an eye on.
As we discussed yesterday, Major League Baseball has reinstated Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson. Will we see either make the Hall of Fame in the next decade?
So as we talked about with Farron, they will not be able to even be voted upon for a few more years. So
Until Christmas of, December of 2027.
yeah, so at the very least, we're talking about 2.5 years. I think that Shoeless Joe has a much better chance of getting in than Pete Rose does. I think that, first of all, it's been so long. It's been over 100 years. Second of all, as we talked about with Farron, there is a belief that Shoeless Joe, while he took the gamblers' money, he did not throw any of the games. And so that's going to work in his favor. And John, he didn't go on some talking spree like Pete Rose did. I think people are annoyed by Pete Rose. So I think Shoeless Joe will get in the next decade. I do not think Pete Rose will.
No, I couldn't disagree more. Pete Rose will
Really?
be in 2028.
Wow, you think so?
We've
Put
got
that on the long-term
first of all,
list?
we've got 2 more years. That's 2 more years to let this all sink in. Rose isn't going to be out there talking about it because he's dead. And I think the passage of time will heal all wounds. I think Pete Rose is going in the Hall of Fame in August of 2028.
Wow. All right.
As Ken Rosenthal wrote, it's reasonable to wonder if pressure on Manfred from President T had a greater impact than the pleas from Pete Rose's lawyer and daughter. Did President Trump get the hit king taken off the ban list?
He made a very compelling point because Manfred did recently meet with Donald Trump, and then all of a sudden, here comes the announcement. And of course, Rosenthal was thinking that, right now baseball's hoping for maybe some advantages in terms of, being able to manipulate the television and how they're able to do that. And they may need some congressional help to do that because of, antitrust and a lot of these other things. And just the fear of, if you make Trump mad, maybe he's going to do something to try to eliminate the antitrust exemption. It's an interesting theory, and he has been very vocal, Trump has, that Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. So it would not shock me if Manfred's decision was at least partially, if not mostly, influenced by meeting with the president.
Is that what Rosenthal thought too?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, if he thinks that, then yeah, sure. Rosenthal's pretty plugged in.
Also, that wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, Trump puts pressure on a lot of people, and they're bowing down to him right now. So, yeah, definitely wouldn't surprise me.
After a week of Pablo Torre finding out things about Bill Belichick and his lady friend Jordan Hudson, the coach had his moment to speak on SportsCenter.
You're aware that your relationship with Jordan Hudson has been a headline over the last few months. And all of the specifics aside, because a lot has come out in the last couple of days, how do you think that impacts your ability to coach this football team, if at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's, really off to the side. It's a personal relationship, and she doesn't have anything to do with UNC football. I'm excited to be back in the coaches' meetings and getting ready for, June, and then August when we get to training camp. So June will be a big recruiting month for us, and then August we'll start getting ready for the season.
Will Bill Belichick's private life be forgotten once UNC TCU kicks off?
If they win, yes. If they lose, no. Also, I will say this, John. How about the fact that he's suddenly wearing a nice button-up, a little different look than he had in the CBS Sunday Morning thing?
Where's the cutoff sweatshirt?
Yeah, now maybe some of that could be that this was at a media day or event or a media
It
event.
was at the ACC meetings.
Yeah, less so than, doing it on CBS Sunday Morning. But I do have to wonder if the university is trying like hell to get him to have a better appearance in these types of situations, given that he kind of is the front porch of the university right now. But to answer the question, it'll go away if they're successful. But, I mean, right now we're still in the thick of this controversy, if you will, so it's not going to go away anytime soon.
No, it won't. But I think, listen, this will continue to be a story until something puts a silence to it. But because it has become such a prevalent story and their connection seems to be all the attention right now, I think you're right. If they win the game and they come out of the gates well, it'll be fine. But the first sign of trouble, we're going to get a lot of this stuff drummed up again, and people are going to have a fall person, and that fall person is the girlfriend.
Yeah.
And finally, the last question we have time for. We have our first look at Nick Cage as John Madden. Also, Christian Bale as Al Davis. Thoughts?
Movie club movie.
Oh, I mean,
I'm so in on this, man.
I mean,
you're not in on this?
I'm pretty in.
Yeah, why would you not be in on this, John?
I will watch, but this is going to be the thing now that makes it even harder.
Whoa, what makes what harder?
How is Christian Bale going to mimic Al Davis's voice?
Dude, Christian Bale, remember when he played Dick Cheney?
Yeah.
He's an amazing actor.
Also,
I know,
Cage is
but I think it's going to be rather challenging.
Nah, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's going to be rather challenging.
How is the Oscar winner going to mimic a person? I don't know.
We'll
He's an
see.
actor.
We'll see. It doesn't mean
Why are you doubting him?
He
Doubting
might
Thomas
nail it.
John
He
over
might
here.
nail it, but listen, football fans are going to be a lot. The way he did with Dick Cheney is one thing, because a lot of people didn't really like Dick Cheney. So they would have been fine if the impression wouldn't have been great. But because this is football people are going to see this in a different world. And I'll be very curious to see. And I'll also be curious to see how Nick Cage does as John Madden. Because Madden is a very big personality and has a very distinctive way of talking.
I would argue that Nick Cage both has a big personality and is weird enough to make it work.
He could.
Mm-hmm.
He could. I mean, I'm not
John,
saying
you were
I
like
wouldn't watch.
Caller
I'm
Rick
not.
as Nick read this question, just laughing and laughing. I'm so in on this movie. I wish that it was available for streaming day of so we could do it for our movie club.
That would be sick.
But instead, we're going to have to wait. Thankfully, it is on Amazon, so it will be on Amazon within a few months of it coming out in theaters. Thank God for Amazon, says Nick Grimm.
Josh says, thank you, Jeff Bezos. I love you.
Thank you, Jeff.
And that is content.
And that's all we have time for. Nick, I hate your guts.
That's how it shook out.
Unreal.
Coming up next, what's for dinner? And one final update. We're up to 93.2%. We could hit 100 by 6 o'clock.
Under 100 by 6 o'clock.
I mean, we took a huge jump there.
I'm sticking to it.
We took a huge jump there. Oh, my God, that was a big jump. This is so funny. Back after this on 1620 Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I couldn't tell if you had like banged your arm. I was worried that you hurt yourself more. Is the whole
It is
schedule
now
out?
official. 100% of the schedule has been leaked. So there is no point. No point in watching any of the shows. You already know everybody's
Sad.
schedule, where they're playing, when they're playing. Congratulations, NFL. You have scooped yourself again.
Is this the first time we've gotten 100% before the show?
I might be.
For the record, I don't watch the show. I don't want it on the internet that I was going to watch the show tonight.
Oh, sure. Wow.
I'm doing a pod.
Big football is going to shame you,
No, I'll
Josh.
just go to Twitter or Blue Sky, John. I'll go find the schedule on Blue
You can
Sky.
find
Ain't
Skate about
nobody
it.
following the NFL on Blue Sky.
I follow MLB on Blue Sky.
Yeah, people are skeeting right now about the NFL on Blue
People
Sky.
are
John.
sky-pilled.
Yeah. Dinner.
Anyway, dinner.
Jimmy
ham
John's.
Ham and scallop potatoes.
Nice. Brats and jalapeno
A baked
poppers.
potato. Oh,
Jalapeno poppers.
nice.
Maybe
Next time I do a
Doritos, too.
brat and baked potato, I'm going to make sure to tweet out a photo. Skeet out a photo.
Is that just bangers and mash? Is that what that is?
Kind of?
Yeah.
Because it kind of is. What do we got tomorrow, Nick? Have you booked any glorious guests for us tomorrow?
Other than Robin Washit, still working on it.
Still working on it. Bummer. I just want the football folks in our audience to know that I'm trying, and Nick is trying, and John is trying to sabotage. But we're working our best. We're trying to get some people.
It's fine. If we can't find any more football people, we can always talk to a baseball person since that's happening.
That's true.
We talked to Farron yesterday, Nick.
By the way, the Yankees beat the Mariners 3-2.
Jimmy says he's having SpaghettiOs.
Oh, Mamma Mia.
Mamma Mia.
Or is it like the SpaghettiOs with the meat chunks in there?
I don't know.
That was always my favorite
The
version
meat
of
chunk?
SpaghettiOs.
You mean the hot dogs?
It's not really hot dog,
Yes,
though,
it
is it?
Yes.
Yes. It
Do
was hot
adults
dogs.
eat SpaghettiOs?
I mean, apparently.
I would not.
Man, I'm trying to remember the last time I had spaghetti.
When was the last time you've had SpaghettiOs?
If I went over to John's house and he said, "Hey, I'm having SpaghettiOs," I would say, "Why did you invite me over for kids' night?"
Says the guy who eats chicken tenders all the time.
Not all the time, John. Just some of the time. Just some of the time.
All right, that's the Grum. Enjoy the schedule release.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see it all broken down. The Sunday night games, the Thursday night games, the Monday night games, the not doubleheader, doubleheaders.
Yes, progrid.org. See you tomorrow.